Russia. Would you please unmute yourself and say a word? Dr. Vladimir from Russia.
Doctor Vladimir Onoprienko de Rusia, por favor, abrir su micrófono para presentarse. Vladimir Onoprienko. Please open your mic.
Acha, probably he has only put his photo. He will join us later. Ma'am, Eugenia Elman, my point now is, when will you start the legislative session? Time now is 3:10.
Okay, por favor, Eugenia Alman, ¿cuándo vas a comenzar la sesión legislativa? Ya está abierto. Depende de usted y señor presidente Coronel Tiagui. Ya comenzamos. Voy a traducir lo que dijo hace unos minutos. Actualmente el profesor Lynn Martin está en el comunicado de prensa, y por estar en el comunicado de prensa no sabemos cuándo va a llegar, tal vez en una media hora, tal vez en una hora, pero tiene que estar fuera por el momento porque la prensa de la India le está entrevistando. Pues no tenemos tiempo para esperarlo. Es el presidente por el momento, el coronel Tiagui de la India, y vamos ya a abrir el parlamento, la sesión del parlamento ya está abierta.
Eugenia,
Urvashi ji, come forward.
Jai Hind. Bonus Dias, madam. Bonus Dias. Urvashi Walia from New Delhi.
Yes.
I'm very pleased to meet you, madam. Bahut acha. I like it very much. Thank you very much. And we are all working towards making this world a better place. Let's all succeed. We all work in all directions, whether it's water bodies, whether it's climate change, in every field, in education, in every field, we must work together to make this world a better place. Gracias.
Yes.
Buenos dias. Jai Hind.
Very nice.
Jai Hind और जय जगत. मुझे आपको मिलकर बहुत खुशी.
Jain sir from Srinagar, Maqbool Malik from Srinagar, J&K.
But this is a late reaction. This is a late reaction, friend.
Sir, we are in the top. Our country, we are in the top. My state is the head of the country, and we are late because I was muted. My mic, sir. But it is my pleasure that I meet and get together today's Zoom meeting here. और मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि पूरे दुनिया में जो माहौलियाती तब्दीली आ रही है और ये जो बहुत बड़ी परेशानी दुनिया में इंसानों के ऊपर आई है, चाहे ओमिक्रॉन हो, कोरोना हो और कोई परेशानी हो, हमें खुदा इनसे निजात दिलाए और हम सब एक रहे और खुश रहे, तंदुरुस्त रहे और पूरे दुनिया में अमन और अमान रहे.
Good, very good. अच्छा, friend.
Speaker Tiagui, could you please put into English what was just said so that I can interpret understand and interpret to Spanish?
Sir, my English is very much weak, but I say whole world.
Malik,
I expect.
Malik, okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Maqbool Malik is saying that there should be peace and prosperity and health and everything in the world for all times to come. He is saying that our country is a big country. May I tell you, for the knowledge of others, that just like WCPA, means World Constitution and Parliament Association, there is another equivalent and a very senior organization known as FRHUP, means Foundation for Religious Harmony and Universal Peace. And I am very happy that the two secretaries of this organization, that is Rajiv Jolly Khosla and Urvashi Walia, are present here. And even Maqbool Malik is also a part of it. And I happen to be the General Secretary of that organization. And this organization was founded and established in 2001 by the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Venkat Chalaya. And we are all
Colonel, and Colonel Tyagi, I am the vice president, one of the vice presidents of Foundation for Religious Harmony and Universal Peace.
Yes,
a founding member. Yeah.
मैं तो भूल ही गया. Dr. A.K. Merchant. Dr. A.K. Merchant is the vice president of that organization. Actually, you are one of the founders. Sir.
Yeah, I'm also a founding member. Yes,
yes sir. Yes, sir.
Maqbool, el señor Mohammed Maqbool Malik presenta la Fundación para la Armonía Religiosa y para la Paz. Y yo soy también participo en esa organización y también el presidente, el coronel Tyagi, también sirve en esa organización, la Fundación Internacional para la Armonía Religiosa y para la Paz.
Fine, ma'am. There are other people. There is a Indian Navy veteran, Shashikant Mishra. He has joined us. Are you hearing us? Shashikant Mishra from Mumbai.
Jai Hind, sir. Salute to you all from Mumbai and with you all in the spirit for world peace. I am very happy to be with so good souls and praying because this is the need of the time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mishra ji.
Muchos saludos a todos los participantes. Estoy muy agradecido de estar aquí con ustedes desde Uttar Pradesh.
Good.
Estado de la India.
There are
Hi. Hello.
Hola. Una sugerencia que quería hacer, Eugenia,
Sí.
como todos hablamos idiomas diferentes, si en el chat podemos poner un resumen de los planteamientos más importantes que hagamos.
Trataré de hacerlo. Yo trataré de hacer, pretenderé de hacer, pero una cosa es que ya que estoy en condiciones, voy a explicar en un momento. Voy a tratar de meter algunas cosas en el chat, pero las condiciones aquí son muy difíciles. Realmente no tenemos oficina, estamos en el momento trabajando desde un camión.
Eugenia, no me refiero a ti, Eugenia, no me refiero a ti, sino que cada persona que hable, los que hablen, aunque sean en inglés o en español, en el idioma que hablen, coloquen resumen de su planteamiento.
Sí, gracias. What he's saying is that please, everyone, as we are conducting a talk, if you will keep your chat, the chat box open, so that when you're saying something, you can write down the gist of what you're saying in the chat box. That way, people will be able to read the gist or a short summary of what you're saying and it will be easier for us all to follow if we will use the chat box. So the chat box you can get to by going usually to the bottom of the screen and clicking on other and clicking on chat, and then a window will open up on the side with the chat box. So I'll try to do that here. Actually, Kalani, could you type in chat for us if sure. Okay, so I'm handing the computer over to Kalani, who will be entering chat on my behalf from Georgia.
Fine. May we request Jesus Delgado. Jesus Delgado, sir, are you listening us, sir?
This is going to run out of electricity.
Jesus Delgado. Jesus Delgado.
Jesús Delgado, por favor, para presentarse. Jesús Delgado.
Buenos días desde Mérida, Venezuela. Buenos días desde Mérida, Venezuela. Muy contento de estar participando. Muchas gracias por permitirme exponer nuestras ideas.
Thank you very much. This is great greetings from Venezuela. Thank you very much for letting me introduce myself.
Y les deseo un saludo decembrino para todos y para todas. Muchas felicidades en estos días de diciembre.
Congratulations to everyone this month of December for coming together for participation in the Parliament.
Voy a exponer un resumen de el planteamiento que se está haciendo sobre los observatorios de políticas públicas en el chat.
I'm going to be putting a summary of what I'm saying into my chat. Here we may have a technical issue coming up in Georgia. We're going to have to shift from one laptop to another laptop to maintain our batteries. Our battery is getting low on the one laptop, and so we're going to switch accounts. So I may be offline for a couple of minutes. What I'd like to do is ask Glennis, Professor Professor Glenn Martin is ready to begin opening. We have opened the session, but to continue the session, and we're going to be switching over to another laptop if we can here, or otherwise finding more power for the computer that we're on. Excuse us. Voy a decirlo en español, que aquí tenemos un problema técnica que vamos a estar cambiando de computadora hacia un computadora que tiene más electricidad, y vamos a tratar de recargar la computadora que estamos utilizando en el momento. Pues por unos minutos, puede ser que salgamos del Parlamento, de la sesión, pero siguen ustedes con la sesión. Cuanto antes estaremos de regreso, la delegación de Georgia. Gracias.
Ma'am, there are few who have not spoken, but their name is written like this. This is OCOM BTD. OCOMBTD. It is QCOMBTD. Ma'am, can you identify me? Can you identify me?
Vice President Zakirina.
We would like to hear a word from you, ma'am. QCOMBTD.
She wants to. Zakirina, ma'am, please unmute yourself. Ma'am, Zakirina, please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. It was very bad connection. I don't understand very well. Good morning or today to everyone from all part of the world. It's my pleasure to be here with you this day, the third part of the session of World Parliament. Thank you to
muchos saludos de Zakirina Demovska de Macedonia. Muchas gracias. Es un gran placer estar con ustedes este tercer día de la sesión del Parlamento Mundial.
more welcome to the representative and new people from Latin America. And
muchos saludos a las delegaciones de América Latina, del Caribe.
A lot of thanks to our old friends from India.
Muchas gracias a nuestros amigos de la India, de los viejos amigos de la India.
And I, as a vice president from the Balkan, from Europe, I want to invite everyone together to make this world better.
Yo quiero trabajar con ustedes para hacer un mundo mejor.
Thank you for the time. Let's start with the session. Many regards to our president, Dr. Glenn Martin, and other vice presidents all over the world.
Thank you very much.
Vamos a comenzar con la sesión y muchas gracias al profesor Glenn Martin y a todos los demás vicepresidentes, al coronel Tiagi, el presidente coronel Tiagi también. Vamos a comenzar con la sesión, seguir con la sesión.
Thank you,
Let's make it the world better together. Let's do it.
Okay, ya está. Vamos a comenzar.
Thank you, ma'am. Neelam ji, can you hear me? Neelam ji and Dr. Glenn.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Please take over now and start the proceedings. The earlier we start, the earlier we will finish. As it is, the number of body legislative acts are very many, and we may require little more time. So it will be in the fitness of things to start early. It is already 3:15, 3:30 or so. So we may start now. Take permission from Dr. Glenn T. Martin and let us start the legislative session, the great legislative session.
We originally set the time for 4 o'clock, and so it's something that we people who are already online might want to reflect on. Are there going to be a number of people who are signing on just before 4 o'clock? Now that's quite a while from now. It's 35 minutes from now. if we start, are we going to be excluding people who are planning to shine on at 4 o'clock? That's the question I'm asking all of you. I know, there's reasons to start early because we want, we have a lot to accomplish, but there's also reasons why it might be better to see if there's going to be other people signing on.
यार रोजाना इंटरनेट में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है अब वो कह रहा है कि your net.
Anybody have any thoughts about this?
I think, Professor Martin, we should get started, and then we don't know how many, at least let us cover as many topics as possible. At least that would be a good contribution to our deliberations.
Okay. Is there?
Yes, that's my humble suggestion. Yes.
Vamos a comenzar y a deliberar tantas propuestas posibles para ahora que vamos comenzando.
Virginia, you plan to translate everything that is said?
Yes, I'm gonna need to interpret what I can as frequently as possible. I won't interpret everything. We do have materials in both languages. The text of all the material is in pretty much both languages. Sí, voy a estar traduciendo, interpretando todo lo que estamos diciendo. Lo siento que no tenemos un intérprete por separado, pero tenemos todas las propuestas en español y en inglés y vamos a tratar de cubrir tantos posibles durante la sesión aquí.
If you interpret everything, it'll probably take us 6 hours instead of 4 hours to cover all this material.
Va a tardar unos 6 horas en vez de 4 horas. Probable.
So here's a thought about starting early. I think as far as the delegates who are signed in with us are concerned, the most important documents that we will be looking at are the New Delhi Declaration and the memorial to the government of India. And both of those documents.
Los dos documentos más importantes que vamos comenzando con la declaración de Nueva Delhi y también vamos a comenzar con la petición al gobierno de la India.
And those documents are coming at the very end after we cover a lot of legislative acts that may not be that controversial.
Probablemente las propuestas legislativas de todas partes no son tan controversiales. No hay mucha controversia acerca de lo que estamos tratando de deliberar.
So on those grounds, it may be that we can start early because the people who join us after we've already started, they will not be missing what it would be most important for them to be present at.
Ya vamos a comenzar y aunque todos no estamos aquí, la mayoría está, algunos de nosotros estamos aquí y podemos comenzar entre los delegados que están presentes. Vamos a comenzar a presentar las propuestas.
Oh, okay, are we agreed, or are there objections to starting now?
Estamos de acuerdo de que ya comenzamos. Aunque no todos están aquí, ya comenzamos para que podamos seguir con la presentación de las propuestas. ¿Hay objeciones?
Okay,
No.
No objections, let's begin.
Ya comenzamos.
The procedure that I want to follow, let me just describe that. What I'll do at the beginning of each legislative item that we consider will be describe the overall framework of that, so that people
Lo que vamos a hacer es que vamos a presentar un resumen de la propuesta. Las personas.
So that people can be familiar with the overall idea.
Para que todos pueden estar familiar, podemos conocer el espíritu de la propuesta. Vamos a cubrir los resúmenes de las propuestas.
Then I will ask for a motion that we pass this legislative item. And I'll ask for a second. Someone must move and someone must second, bringing it to the floor.
Pues voy a mover que alguien mociona la propuesta y alguien da segundos a la propuesta.
And once it has been brought to the floor, I will ask if there is discussion. And that's the point where if you have ideas or points to make about that legislative piece of legislation, that's the point time to make them. And we can then have dialogue or talk about what is appropriate, should there be changes, how it will work. And once we have made that, had that discussion, then we'll close the discussion and we'll have a vote on the act as changed, as modified, or as it stands.
Entonces, después de la presentación de un resumen de la propuesta, vamos a esperar la moción para la propuesta y pues la segunda para la moción para la respuesta. Entonces vamos a abrir para discusión de la propuesta. Speaker Martin, sir, I would like to request that the House not make motions regarding form and style, because there's not really time for form and style. And since the Commission for Legislative Review is authorized to correct form and style, for these suggestions to please be written to me by email. And I'm going to interpret that so that the Latin American people will hear. Señor Presidente Martín, favor de que los delegados del Parlamento no hagan propuestas en ese momento para el estilo, para la forma y el estilo, ya que la Comisión para la Revisión Legislativa está ya autorizada para hacer cambios para mejorar la legislación en términos de la ortografía y esa cosa. Por favor, que los delegados están haciendo sugerencias en cuanto a la sustancia de la legislación, no de su forma y ortografía, etc. Speaker?
That's fine.
Sí, eso está bien. Eso está bien que Todas las propuestas para cambios no serán para el estilo. Alguien tiene que mudar su micrófono, por favor. ¿Puede alguien mudar su micrófono?
Eugenia, what are you doing? Are you translating something, or
someone needs to
going off
close
and
their
saying?
microphone. Someone needs to close their microphone. Whose microphone is turned on? Tech support? Whose microphone is turned on? Tech support, please mute all microphones now except for the speaker and for the secretary. Thank you. Gracias por mudar el apoyo técnico. Nos ha mudado todos los micrófonos de todos, a menos del presidente y la secretaria del Parlamento. Speaker, Professor Martin, can we hear you?
Sure you can, but you're talking.
I'm done. Yeah, I translated what you said. I interpreted what you said.
So let's call the Parliament to order. As you all know, Dr. Almond is the Secretary for the Parliament. She's here with us online. And I want to introduce Mrs. Neelam Gupta. She is our on-site secretary who will help us with our keeping tabs on any changes, help us with counting the votes, and make sure that all records are accurate as we go through the parliamentary agenda. The first item on our, if you're online, where the agenda is located, the first item talks about commissions. And I simply want to make a comment that the commissions will be posted on the website, WCPA Global, and people are welcome to sign up for the commissions. We don't have people who have signed up already, so I will not be announcing names of people who are part of commissions, but we want those commissions staffed by interested people. So please sign up in the next few days. Okay, so let's then proceed to the amendments to World Legislative Act number 4. World Legislative Act number 4 established the World University System, which is called for by the Constitution. Right, everything that we're doing at the Parliament or we've ever done at the Parliament is all authorized or called for within the Earth Constitution. So at the very first session of the Parliament in 1982, they passed World Legislative Act number 4 to enable a world university system. This bill is for an amendment to that world university system. And I will read a few key passages about this amendment. The purpose of education under the world university system is to open people and introduce people to a holistic perspective. And that's what it says in item 11.01. A holistic vision of the world. Holistic economics, holistic politics, and the Earth Constitution itself is a holistic document predicated on the unity and diversity of humanity. So what this amendment to the World University System, World Legislative Act number 4, does is address the kind of legal training that people will be able to have in the world university system. And it makes it mandatory for those who are running the world university system to address these requirements for training in law, holistic training in law. And these are discussed on item 11.08 called Standard Law Examinations. So the Institute on World Problems, which is one of the institutes that is empowered in the Earth Constitution in Article 8.4, and the World Civil Service Administration, which is empowered in Article 8.2 by the Earth Constitution. Those are the two organizations that are responsible for creating these standard law examinations. So there'll be four different.
A point of order, President, sir. A point of order, President, sir. I need to be able to. I need to interpret some of this so it is meaningful, please.
Go ahead.
Just very quickly. Vamos comenzando con la enmienda número 4. Vamos en el orden de los números de los estatutos por el momento. Y el Sistema Mundial para la Educación, un sistema universitario mundial. Y esta enmienda que proponemos tiene que ver con la cualificación y certificación de de oficiales de la Federación de la Tierra, porque todas las personas que van a estar trabajando en el gobierno mundial, en la Federación de la Tierra, tienen que tener las capacidades para hacerlo. Tienen que saber la constitución de la tierra y tienen que saber las leyes legislativos o algunos de los leyes legislativos que se les pertenece. Y por eso vamos a considerar la necesidad de que hay capacitación y certificación de nuestros oficiales. Thank you, President Martin.
So there'll be four different exams that will be adjusted for four different legal roles within these world electoral and administrative districts. The first one, 11.08, is for judges, judicial. So people who will be in the courts and doing judicial work will have this form of examination. And then 11.082, there will be something called attorney, which will allow have an exam that is directed toward solicitors and prosecutors. And 11.08.3, there is a ombudsman, public defender. So for those people who are going to be in the law, in the role of public defenders, the exam will be tweaked to train them in that role. And then finally, there'll be a category of general law, which will cover everybody who needs to be knowledgeable in the law, whether they're practicing it in a variety of contexts. You want to translate that?
Yes, I'll translate that. La certificación. No, it's feedbacking from here. It's feedbacking. You sure? Okay, voy a estar traduciendo. Can you turn this off? Okay. Voy a traducir. Lo que tenemos que la certificación y capacitación de los oficiales de la Federación del Tierra, por la mayor parte, tiene que estar con cuatro puestos o oficinas en cuanto a las leyes, a la profesión legal. Estos son para los jueces tienen que tener la capacidad y la certificación. Los abogados tienen que tener capacidad y certificación. Los defensores también tienen que tener capacidad y certificación, y en nivel mundial, todos esos puestos tienen que, y por fin, la cuarta, de las leyes generales, algunas personas oficiales tienen que trabajar por lo general en las leyes, mientras que no son jueces, ni son abogados, ni son fiscales, ni son abogados, pero tienen que saber algo de las leyes. Y por eso es el espíritu, el resumen de la propuesta para enmienda, es para tener capacitación y certificación en leyes mundiales para estos puestos.
Okay, so can I have a motion and a second to that we pass this bill? Anybody on the floor? You have to unmute
Y
yourself.
alguien que mueve. Sí, yo lo muevo. I move that we do this.
Is there a second? Okay.
La apoyamos.
Apoyamos.
Okay, good. It's been
Yes.
moved and seconded.
I support it. I also am familiar with your book and
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion of the bill?
Si hay discusión en cuanto a la propuesta, si alguien tienen alguna sugerencia sustanciales en cuanto a esa propuesta.
Eugenia, Leopoldo desde Venezuela, pregunto, tenemos aquí la propuesta 16 de Venezuela. ¿Es este el momento de presentarla?
No, la cosa es de 16. Un momento para que busca cuál es este 16.
You have to translate that into English.
Es la propuesta de crear un programa de asuntos globales para la capacitación de todos los activistas de la WCPA.
Translate that, Eugenia, or not?
Yes, this has to do with the 16th proposal from Venezuela for capacitation from Venezuela.
Yes. Okay, that's a good point. Any other points?
Yo tengo una presentación breve al respecto, si me permiten.
Are we ready for the vote?
Hello. that I have a presentation about the Venezuelan 16 proposal concerning a global issues program for the university system.
Dr. Leopoldo, this is not the time to make that presentation because we're examining the specific amendment to World Legislative Act number 4. That's what we're doing now, and we're ready to vote on that.
Me parece que es lo mismo. The 16th proposal from Venezuela and the legislative amendment for Act 4 is the same thing. So what I'm pretty sure, and I was grabbing my documentation, but my understanding is the same. La propuesta de Venezuela número 16 y la enmienda 4 es lo mismo en cuanto a me parece.
Okay, so how many want to vote for this act? If you support this act, raise your hand, please. Okay, what do we have?
Voy a decir el número 16 de Venezuela que se presenta con sus manos. How do we raise our hand?
Okay, so let me, we saw a number of hands, but some people aren't visible. Their names are just on the screen. Let me ask this, are there objections? How many objections are there to passing this bill?
Hay objeciones a la propuesta número 16 de Venezuela, es decir, para enmienda a la ley número 4. Algunas objeciones.
Y por favor, usa ahí al lado del screen, hay levanta la mano en la aplicación de Zoom. Por favor, arriba y como arriba de las manos, que yo que diga así, por esta propuesta.
You gonna translate that, Virginia?
That you show your hand if you have a screen, and if you don't have a screen, to note it in the chat so that people will understand what it is that your vote.
Por esta propuesta, como el propuesta de Venezuela, el 17 y o 16, por favor, lo siento, el 16 y el 4, contesta en el chat, por favor, contesta en el chat.
Virginia, are you gonna do this or not?
Yes, but please listen to Kalani because he speaks some Spanish and he got the gist of what I was saying.
Sorry for the confusion, President Martin. I was just translating to let people know that if they can't raise their hand via the Zoom app, to please give their answer in the chat so that everyone can be recorded.
Okay, so I asked if there's objections. Do we have objections? I don't see any. No
Si hay objetivas, objeciones, por favor, rechazo, por favor, contesta en el chat, por favor. Escriban en el chat.
Okay, so the bill passes with no objection. We'll have to disregard that because we don't have a Okay, so there's one step forward. Let's go on to the bill for amendments to World Legislative Act number 5. World Legislative Act number 5 originally provided for provisional world courts under the World Supreme Court system.
Ahora vamos a pasar a la próxima propuesta para enmienda a la ley número 5, es decir, para los tribunales de distrito mundial y la capacitación, el requisito de capacitación y certificación para en nivel mundial por la legislación mundial y por la preparación mundial.
So as you all know, the Earth Constitution calls for 1,000 electoral and administrative districts. We are, throughout all this legislation, we're dealing with those districts. That's what this legislative package does, is lay the groundwork, the infrastructure for these districts. So this particular bill about world courts establishes a provisional district world court in each of the world electoral administrative districts.
Esta enmienda para la ley número 5, la ley mundial número 5, provee para una corte en cada distrito mundial de personas adiestradas por el sistema universitario mundial, ya que tengamos que tener más abogados y más profesionales legales que no hay en el mundo lo suficientes desde los niveles de jurisdicciones más bajos. Debemos de comenzar eso nosotros.
Okay, another feature of this bill is that it locates the first seat of the World Supreme Court in New Delhi, India. This is item number 6. The primary seat of the Provisional World Supreme Court shall be located in the primary world capital, and that will be, it says, New Delhi, India.
Y ese también en cuanto a la locación de la Corte Suprema Mundial en vez de Los Ángeles, California, estará en Nueva Delhi, en la India, por razones practicales.
So we're establishing courts, as you now see, in each world electoral district. And this bill says that these courts will be established by 3 judges. Item 10 and 10.1, 3 judges who are attorneys at law under the laws of the Earth Federation, minimum 25 years of age, shall help actualize these district courts.
La enmienda dice que tiene que haber 3 jueces en cada banco, en cada sesión de corte, tiene que haber 3 jueces adiestrados por nuestros programas de ley. Lo mismo como en la Constitución, la Suprema Corte Mundial, tiene que haber 3 jueces en cada sesión. En cada sesión del distrito también debe de haber por lo menos 3 jueces.
And here is something very important. As we know, we are moving from civil society in the world at large to government. We're making provisional government. So this bill provides for that transition by saying that the organizations responsible to help with that transition are continuation agencies. It calls them continuation agencies. And these agencies are the World Constitution Parliament Association, the Earth Constitution Institute, and the Earth Federation Institute. So I think you can see that these agencies are therefore looking for people with judicial qualifications and placing them as responsible for articulating the world district courts. So we've got a transition from civil society to provisional world government going on here. Yeah.
También la propuesta propone que un momento. The general, just one word.
The continuation.
Sí, propone la definición de las agencias de la continuación. La Constitución en su artículo 17 y 19 habla acerca de, por lo menos en 19, habla acerca de las agencias de continuación. Son, por ejemplo, la Asociación para una Constitución y Parlamento Mundial es una agencia de continuación. El Instituto para la Constitución del Tierra es una agencia de continuación. El Instituto para la Federación del Tierra es una agencia de continuación. Todas las todas las comisiones parlamentarias de continuación, todas las comisiones son agencias de continuación y también cada distrito mundial en sí es una agencia de continuación, es decir, que cada distrito mundial tiene derecho y tiene deber de hacer por su propia iniciativa, tiene el deber y derecho o poder, según la legislación mundial y la Constitución, de implementar la Constitución del Tierra y estos cortes y estos programas para la educación formal.
The last point that I want to make about this bill, it's item 10.4. As a guide for this development process of the World District Courts in each of the 1,000 electoral districts, 10.4 says law professionals in each World District shall be headed by 5 chief World District judges, 5 senior World District attorneys, and 5 senior World District advocates.
Pues la próxima propuesta dentro de esta enmienda número 5 es que en cada distrito mundial va a estar por elección de los residentes del distrito y por comenzar por los interesados, va a estar elegido el distrito mundial o las personas interesados provisionalmente van a elegir 5 jueces para guiar el distrito. Todos los jueces del distrito van a estar 5 elegidos, 5 abogados para guiar los abogados del distrito, y va a haber 5 defensores mundiales del distrito elegido para guiar a todos los advocados del distrito mundial.
Okay, so can we have a motion that this bill be passed? Can someone make a motion?
Si hay alguien que va a moverse, adoptamos esta enmienda. ¿Alguien va a mocionar para que adoptemos? I will motion that we adopt this proposal.
Is there a second?
¿Hay alguien aquí que dará un segundo para que discutimos esta propuesta? Estamos para deliberar y estamos pidiendo que alguien mociona un segundo para considerar esta propuesta, por favor. Y pueden mocionar el segundo en el chat. Speaker, Professor Martin, if you could have someone following the chat to see if there are any seconds to the motion in the chat. Please, this is important.
I don't we're looking at the chat now. We do not see any.
Okay.
Any seconds.
¿Hay alguien que quiere tener un corte mundial, que los distritos mundiales pueden establecer la justicia en su distrito mundial y buscar la implementación de justicia? Por favor. Gracias. There's a second.
There's a second. Okay. Is there a discussion of this bill?
Hay discusión de la propuesta para enmienda a la ley número 5. Algunas sugerencias para mejorar la enmienda. Hay 2 participantes que subieron sus manos. Por favor, ¿quiénes son? Who are the 2 people that raised their hand for discussion?
We don't see anybody on the screen, but come on in. 2 participants raised their hand. Okay. Person is Murthy. David Clifton. Justice Clifton. You have discussion.
Eugenia, yo levanté la mano solo para secundar.
Buen día, Mr. Glenn. No he entendido bien la razón, la propuesta. Pareciera de que solamente abogados participarían con estos derechos que se estarían introduciendo en esta enmienda, o ¿cuál sería la razón para que necesariamente tengan que ser abogados? No entendí bien el alcance de esta propuesta, de esta enmienda.
I don't understand exactamente what we are meaning with this proposal. If this means that we are going to have lawyers, is this for making it possible for us to have lawyers?
Yes, it does. All the people who will be staffing these district world courts will be legally trained.
Sí, la propuesta dice que todos los que van a servir en las Cortes Mundiales tienen que tener un entrenamiento, una preparación y en ley mundial. Es decir, tienen que tener certificación de que han leído la Constitución de la Tierra y tienen que, la certificación viene de por dentro del sistema mismo de los distritos mundiales y del sistema universitario mundial, porque los programas de universidades privadas y de gobiernos de programas de certificación. Sí. Yes.
Most of us listening don't speak Spanish.
Yes, I'm saying.
Whatever you say that goes beyond the translation has to be also in English.
Yeah, I'm having to circumlocute, so it may be taking a little bit longer for me to say the Spanish. Okay. Hago circunlocuciones porque a veces se ha de hacer esto para decir el sentido, para llevar el sentido.
Okay, Justice Twisby, does that explanation satisfy you?
Es que esa explicación, speaker dice, esa explicación sirve para usted. El honorable Quispe, ¿está bien?
Okay, I agree. Okay.
Okay.
There was a question from Leopoldo.
Leopoldo, si hay una pregunta o sugerencia.
No, muchas gracias. Levanté la mano para secundar. Gracias.
Okay, and then
I lifted my hand to second. Thank you.
Okay. So then there was someone, Shane Ellis, wanted to make a comment. Shane?
Shane Ellis quería hacer un comentario. Por favor, Shane Ellis, hable.
Okay, you're saying you don't need to. Okay.
O dice que no tiene que hacerlo. Okay.
No problema.
Shane, you have discussion?
No discussion.
Okay. So are we ready then to vote?
Yes, I think I am.
I see Laura raising her hand. I guess that's a yes. Are you raising your hand to discuss this, Laura? Unmute yourself.
Hi, I just have a couple questions. So one of my questions has to do with the setting up of courts in Los Angeles. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I just want to caution you one little bit, that everything you say looks like it has to be translated into Spanish. So if you are purely Greek, it would be better, because otherwise, it'll go on and on.
Por favor, no habla mucho tiempo porque tenemos que traducir todo al español. Yes, okay.
So Laura, what?
I'm curious about the location of these initial regional world courts in LA and New Delhi. Is that because we have people in those locations who are willing to pursue this bill?
No, actually, it's because in the 1983 or so,
1994.
Started in 1983 and took place in 1984. They created a World District Court in Los Angeles because they had a lawyer there that was willing to prosecute the nations for possession of nuclear weapons. And they put together 3 very prominent judges to make up that court and sent the notice to all the nuclear weapons possessing nations of the world that they were on trial in Los Angeles. So that court has already been established way back at the first session of the parliament. So what we're doing in this bill is establishing district courts in all the electoral districts. As the electoral districts become activated, we will also be establishing district courts in those districts.
Okay.
Okay.
Vamos a estar estableciendo bancos de la Corte Mundial en todos los distritos mundiales y Suprema Corte eventualmente, tal vez, en Nueva Delhi.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand or put your yay in the chat box.
Yes.
Yes, okay. We're not doing. See a number of yeses. Richard, are you voting? Richard Sharp?
Si ustedes, ok, vamos, tenemos la pregunta. Si están en favor, por favor, muestra su mano o notarlo en el chat o levante su mano, por favor. O si hay objeción, anotarlo.
We have a number in favor, very hard to estimate. Are there objections to this bill? Is there anybody voting against it?
One person. I'm not hearing. She wants to say something and she's saying, seeing that my intervention is not valid, I understand. So, please can you check, is there Liliana Duran? Liliana, are you there? Please raise your hand, Liliana. You have some concern?
Liliana, si todavía está aquí en la sesión, si está aquí, tenía algún, tiene que hablar acerca de la pregunta.
So maybe she is retired, like she said.
Me parece que Liliana se fue. Si Liliana, si todavía está, por favor, desmudarse o decir que no debe estar mudo, no debe de estar muda y abrir su micrófono, por favor, para hablar si todavía está. Por favor, a todos, tenemos que tener algo de paciencia, ya que eso es muy difícil para mí. Please, everyone, let's try to do our best to have patience. This is very difficult translating, and also at the same time doing the secretarial function, and also at the same time trying to do my participation as a delegate. That's from my heart.
Laura, did you have something to say?
The only other thing I wanted to ask about was the timing of all of this, but it sounds like this was done over 2 decades ago. It sounds as though, I mean, I'm just looking at Article 19 and the priorities of provisional world government, and the establishment of the court system, I guess, arguably falls under 19.5.6, setting up other organs. I guess it's just a question of the practicalities of this, and there's so many other elements of the government which to me seem.
Those, those questions are certainly interesting, but we're in the middle of the vote now, right?
Okay.
And it looks like there's no negative votes, right? Are you voting yes or no? You can also abstain, anybody who wants to.
I translate Lara George. Yo estaba pensando acerca de la practicalidad. Yo no estoy cierta de la practicalidad. Si tal vez tenemos prioridades y tal vez no sería práctica. Okay, as secretary, I'm speaking now. I'm speaking as secretary. Yes. También dice que me parece que es algo del original, es algo de hace 2 décadas. Okay, this was
this is not an appropriate time to explain the parliament, Eugene.
No, estoy fuera del orden, estoy fuera del
it's okay. You can move on.
Es la pregunta. Sigan.
You're out of order. If you're going to explain the parliament, it's out of order.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so the bill passes. I don't see any objections to it. Let us move on to World Legislative Act number 6. Ordinarily, since each of these bills was written by somebody, obviously, or they had primary authors, and this one I was a primary author of, but of course the Legislative Review Committee made modifications. And ordinarily, I might ask someone else to chair for this, but in the interest of time and moving forward, I'll continue as chair unless there are objections to that.
Let me translate and then ask. Generalmente cuando el presidente está presentando una propuesta, como yo estoy para la próxima asunto es la enmienda número 6 para la ley número 6, y yo fui el autor principal de esta enmienda. Generalmente yo me pasaría la presidencia del Parlamento a otra persona por el interés del tiempo y de circunstancias. Si ustedes me permitan, voy a seguir como presidente para por el momento en esa propuesta. And just a point of order, was Colonel Tiagi available, or no one's available? Dr. Martin? I do not object. Si no hay objeciones, yo no tengo objeción yo mismo.
Let's look at this. A bill for amendment to World Legislative Act number 6. World Legislative Act number 6, which was also done in the first session of the Commission World Parliament, activates the Earth Emergency Rescue Administration.
La ley número 6 es para la administración de emergencia para el rescate del tierra.
And this administration its job is to save the planet from climate collapse. That's its primary goal.
Ese programa de la ley número 6 es para problemas mayores del tierra, problemas del medio ambiente y problemas de emergencia, problemas del tierra, problemas de emergencia.
What this bill does is add another article, an Article 7, to the original bill.
Esta propuesta de enmienda agrega un extra artículo a la ley mundial para el rescate de del tierra.
And this Article 7 establishes for each world electoral district commissions called grassroots regenerative commissions. So there's a global regenerative commission for rural communities and a global regenerative commission for urban communities.
Esta propuesta propone que habrá una comisión regenerativa en mayor parte para la planificación familiar en cada distrito mundial, una comisión elegida y también una comisión en nivel mundial, una comisión regenerativa y para la planificación familiar.
So the bill creates a large commission for the world, a regenerative communities commission for the world, made up, and in the bill, it's item 1.2.5. It's a large commission for the world, which has one representative from each of the departments, each of the 28 departments listed in Article 7.3. So these 28 people make up a commission for the planet, and their job is to establish global grassroots regenerative commissions in each of the 1,000 electoral districts.
Esa es la comisión en nivel mundial y estará de 28 de cada uno de las 28 o sea, administraciones mundiales. Habrá un comisionero o comisionada de cada uno de las 28 comisiones, 28 administraciones mundial, en nivel mundial. Un momento. Just a minute, speaker. A point of I don't know if you can hear me, but our bandwidth is low, and we're going to try to shift location to increase our bandwidth. We have enough electricity. Yeah.
have to move on. So this large commission will, as I said, will establish district offices in each of the world electoral and administrative districts. And these district offices will, this is section 2 of the bill, section 2.1. The grassroots regenerative commission district offices will set up a commission of regenerative district officers. And I would like to make a friendly amendment to this bill in item 2.1, beginning of the second sentence, the word committee, it says a committee of 5, it should be a commission of 5. And district regenerative commission officers. So there's 5 commission officers. And they will hire and train a team of district liaisons who will operate in the district. The purpose of this is to speak the language of the district. We're not talking about anything imposed from the top down. They will need to understand the culture of the district, speak the language of the district, and make friends with the leaders and the teachers and the community itself in the district in which they operate.
En cada distrito mundial, para que sea del pueblo, realmente, verdaderamente del pueblo, va a haber unos 5 regentes elegidos o elegidas en cada distrito para el nivel del distrito mundial. Es decir, que los jefes del distrito mundial no estarán nombrados del nivel mundial, sino del pueblo del distrito.
The commission officers and liaisons will be trained in the most advanced scientific regenerative practices and standards. And they will work with the community, adapting to the community, speaking the language of the community to convert the entire community to a sustainable regenerative community which builds the soil and restores the trees and creates water systems for the landscape to use every drop of water. This will happen in districts around the world.
Los comisioneros, comisionados, comisioneras, comisionadas estarán trabajando no solamente con la planificación familiar, sino también con todos los problemas del medio ambiente y problemas de emergencias del tierra para responder a los problemas del pueblo.
And the bill specifies that at least 3 of the commissioners, of the 5 commissioners in each district, at least 3 of them need to be women.
Entonces, la provisión especifica que por lo menos 3 de los 5 comisioneros, comisioneras deben de ser mujeres.
And the bill also specifies that families who are working with this program, and every family working with this program will receive a stipend from the government. Families working with this program must, in order to receive that stipend, must voluntarily limit the number of children they have to 2 if they're young couples.
Para familias que están recibiendo servicios del programa de la planificación familiar para recibir recursos para la planificación familiar. Tienen que prometer de no tener más que 2 niños.
And if they are families that already have more than 2 children, 2 or more children, then they have to agree not to have any more children in order to participate in this program.
Y si las familias ya tienen 2 o más niños, para participar en el programa las familias deben de estar de acuerdo de no tener más niños para recibir estos servicios.
In this way, this program for global grassroots regenerative commissions addresses the climate crisis on a grassroots level worldwide at the same time that it addresses the population crisis.
Y pues por eso los comisiones comisiones regenerativas van a enfrentar ambos los problemas del medio ambiente, los problemas de emergencias y de la planificación mundial en nivel de los distritos mundiales por todo el mundo.
Okay, and we have a motion that this bill be passed. Can someone make a motion that we pass this bill?
Si tenemos una moción para discutir esta propuesta. Si alguien quiere, alguien va David Percy Quispe Salsavilca has motioned that we discuss this.
Okay, is there a second?
Su honor, David Quispe ha mocionado que discutamos la propuesta. ¿Hay alguien que da segundo? Tenemos segundo. We have 2 segundos. We have 2, or wait, yeah, 2 participants have raised their hand.
Okay.
I don't know if that's okay, excuse me, a matter of privilege, a question of privilege. I don't know if raising hand, I think that raising hand means that they're saying something. I don't know whether it means that they're motioning a second or not. So there are 2 people that want to speak.
Well, let's open it. Let's assume one of those is a second. Let's open it for discussion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Está abierto para la discusión. Tenemos 2 segundos.
Hay participantes que tienen sus creencias religiosas, ¿no? Hinduistas o cristianos, católicos, que piensan que la planificación familiar es una limitación a la vida, etcétera. Esta medida no podría significar un recorte de crecimiento de nuestra posibilidad de crecer en la diversidad.
In many parts of the world, for instance, in the Muslim world and in the Catholic world, it is a very strong feeling of the people that at this time we cannot on a broad basis dictate restraint to 2 children. We cannot be adopting this this limitation to 2 people.
As a matter of fact, this bill is patterned on a successful program that is taking place in Bangladesh, which is a Muslim. It's a Muslim country, and the people participating in the program are Muslims. And under that program, they get a stipend if they agree to limit the number of children to 2. It's very successful because they understand that limiting the number of children to 2 allows them to get those children educated, to make those children successful. And because they're getting a stipend, there is no economic incentive to have more than 2. They don't need them for agriculture, for example.
Tenemos aquí, tenemos un modelo para esta enmienda, que es un programa en Bangladesh, el Bangladesh, que es un país islámico y de participantes islámicos. Y lo que este programa en el modelo, todas las familias participantes reciben un pago para estar en el programa. Lo mismo como en nuestra propuesta para enmienda aquí, todos los participantes van a recibir un pago por su participación en el programa. En que es una condición de participación que las familias concuerdan a tener solamente 2 niños, o si tienen ya 2 o más niños, a no tener más niños.
Secondly, this program is voluntary, just as the one in Bangladesh is voluntary. People do not have to participate. They can have as many children as they want if they're not participating in this program. But if they want to participate, they have to make this agreement.
Y también en la enmienda, en la propuesta para enmienda, no es exigido que todos participen en el programa solamente por ser una base voluntaria. Las familias pueden participar. Si no quieren participar, pueden tener tantos hijos que quieran.
Okay. Justice Christie. Are there other discussions?
Dr. Martin, Senator Kairat from Nigeria has raised her hand.
Okay. Senator.
La senadora de Nigeria está para hablar.
Hello.
Hello.
Bueno.
Good afternoon. A quick question is, many of these families have, so you're limiting it to 2 per family. What if you have more than 1 wife in the family? Is it 2 per person or just 2 per family?
Y si tiene más que una mujer en la familia, si cuenta eso, yo no veo nada en cuanto a eso. Por ejemplo, en los países islámicos, a veces una familia hay 2 o más mujeres.
That's an interesting issue, and I would think that would be something that could be addressed if this bill is passed. It could be addressed in the 16th session next year as an amendment to this bill to try to deal with that contingency. But by and large, even in Muslim countries, my understanding is that most Muslim men do not have more than 1 wife.
That's not true. In the African context, men have more than 1 wife. And if you're limiting it to 2 children per family, then what happens to the other wives when they have children?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but this eventuality could be considered as an amendment to deal with that issue. Right now, it's not been dealt with in this bill. It would be an interesting thing for a committee or a people re-examining these issues for the 16th session. It would be an interesting thing to try to deal with that issue. But the problem that we're facing, and this is written throughout the Earth Constitution. The Earth Constitution recognizes that the Earth Constitution was passed finally in 1991. It was written in a substantial manner in 1977. At that time, the Earth had 3 billion people. And many climate scientists say that the carrying capacity of the Earth is 3 to 5 billion people. Now the Earth is going on 8 billion people, and we are destroying the foundations of the planet that allows us to live on it. There are too many people on the planet, and the Earth Constitution is designed to find voluntary ways that the human population can reduce itself to a sustainable number. The number varies depending on the thinker. A frequent number is 5 billion. Jeremy Rifkin, the famous writer on environmental issues, says he thinks it's 5 billion people. So right now we're in overshoot. And the question is, how are we going to address that overshoot voluntarily so that the Earth population has a future? Right now, we have no future because we're having too many children. So how do we address that problem? This bill attempts to begin the process of addressing that problem. Okay. Anybody, any thoughts on that? Laura, did you have a question?
Yes, I wanted to talk about, and I want to acknowledge what was just discussed. I think that is an issue that needs to be clarified if we're talking about a culture that permits or encourages polygamy. I'm curious about 5.6, the section here about abortions. I understand the intent of this section and I applaud it. However, there's a sentence in here that's bothering me. This sentence about, however, a regenerative commission may support abortions on a case-by-case basis, and it relates to the bill that I'm going to be proposing in a little bit. My concern is that women should have the unilateral and absolute right to have an abortion, and this sentence makes it sound in question, may support abortion on a case-by-case basis. The wording of it is concerning to me because it sort of it sort of evokes the notion that abortions themselves will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Which should not be.
If you might make that into a friendly amendment, for example, would you suggest that what it read, a regenerative commission may support abortions as defined in the rights of women, and just leave out on the case-by-case basis phrase?
Yes, that would be much better.
Okay, if we take that as a friendly amendment, are there objections to this friendly amendment? From anybody? If not, we'll take it as amended.
Okay, I'm going to get main camera.
Yes, Dr. A.K. Margin.
Yes, yeah, I would like to comment about the subject of, children and family. If we have many countries, including Islamic countries, have passed laws whereby they have voluntarily agreed that they would practice monogamy. That is one thing, and this has also helped to have better families. The other issue is, as the education of women and their financial independence grows, they too realize that they have a say in the number of children they should have if they are married or in a family. So I believe there should be, I hope, some provision for a uniform world civil code, because overpopulation is clearly a great threat, and there is a carrying capacity of the planet. So this has to come through the means of education and better understanding about the finite resources of the planet. The challenge is oftentimes poor families, the women who have never been given equality of rights, privileges, or a say in the decision making regarding the family size, they get exploited. So this is what I believe we need to also factor in. With education and financial independence of women, invariably, the size of the family will be reduced.
That appears to be correct. Many scholars have said something like that. The U.S. Constitution, in a number of places, says that the world government will move to help people voluntarily through education and other means, through providing birth control in such ways, through educating women, and it will help reduce the Earth population. But this particular bill is not a population bill, right?
Yeah, it's not a population bill, but since number of children per family is being mentioned, and the issue of
but what I'm suggesting, sir, is that there will be other bills, and even there's even a department of population that will be addressing all these questions, and it will certainly use education, use the availability of contraception, and so on. But this particular bill is only one aspect. It's only a drop in the bucket of a worldwide effort that has to be made to reduce the planetary population.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to comment.
Thank you for your time.
Laura, is it fine with you? Or you have another query, please?
Okay, are there other? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am trying since last about half an hour to unmute me. I have sent a message to you also and Neelam ji also. Nevertheless, there are 2 points. First, we wish to know how many people do not understand English. Out of those who are present here, how many of them who do not understand English? If suppose they are 1 or 2 out of 45% at the moment, then we need not translate the Spanish into English or English into Spanish for the time being. That is one. And second point, sir, kindly pardon us. We find it little difficult to understand the broken words we can comprehend easily a sentence, but the broken words, it is difficult. With concentration, we can't absorb them. Hence, my request, if you permit, is this, that after every world legislative act, let the introduction of that act, that is now, this is over and this is being started, it may be given by me. That is our Indian counterpart. They should also understand what is going on. Most of us have left because they were not understanding. Pardon me, because I tell truth. So it is up to you to decide, sir.
It's taking a lot of time, it is. Right? I don't understand what you mean by broken words unless there's an audio problem.
Sir,
Hello, I have a motion.
Well, let's address Colonel Tiago's point.
Colonel Tyagi, sir, on behalf of WCPA, I request, because we are translating, interpreting each and every word in Spanish also, it's stretching the time. Yes, we can make sure after whatever has been done, we will try to translate in Hindi. Is that okay with you?
No, Hindi mein we don't require any translation in Hindi. Please move on as you are moving. I take my, you go ahead. I just wish to inform those who are present here. Number one, a excellent magazine.
Okay, so we have, are there additional points about this bill? We've had several points about the bill. Is there any other discussion of the bill before we move to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Si hay más,
just one second. I wish to bring to the notice of those who are present a beautiful magazine under the guidance of Dr. Glenn T. Martin, carrying the messages of almost all of you who are present, and carrying articles, about 50 articles on different aspects of Earth Constitution and of distributive justice, of climate change, of rural rejuvenation, of cultural diversity, of efficacy of UNO, abolition of veto power, section 51 of the Indian Constitution, which advocates world government. It was included in the Constitution in 1950 itself. So this magazine is there. Those who want.
Colonel Tiagi, we're in the middle of a procedure here. This is not the appropriate time for that. We're in the middle of a legislative session. I appreciate what you're doing and what you're saying is that, but this is not the appropriate time. We're talking about this amendment to World Legislative Act number 6. And we have to keep moving or we won't finish our legislative work today. So is there anything about the bill anymore? If not, is there a motion to pass the bill? Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
oh wait, it does. I'm just, can you turn that one off? We're getting our secretary microphone back on now and our secretary connection. Tenemos la conexión. Ahora, disculpen que no estamos por unos minutos, pero el presidente pregunta si estamos listos para votar. Okay. Professor Martin?
So,
Speaker, sir?
There are 3 people with their hands raised.
Hay 3 personas que tienen la mano levantado, pues no es cierto que hemos cumplido con la discusión. There are 3 people with their hands raised.
Mi participación es precisamente para que
Por favor.
tenemos los detalles los dejemos para la comisión y pasemos a la votación, porque estamos consumiendo tiempo en discutir detalles. Propongo que pasemos a la votación.
I'm Leopoldo. I'm saying let's go ahead and vote because we're losing time and we're not having time for the other legislative acts that are coming up.
Okay, thank you. Shane Ellis, you have your hand raised? No, a different Ellis.
Yeah, Jose. Mr. Jose, you have something to speak about? Virginia? Jose Elias?
Not quite yet.
Okay, we don't seem to have,
I do. Jose Elias Lara, Venezuela, has his hand up.
Sí, igualmente que Leopoldo, se está pasando el tiempo y...
Yes, please, let's continue. Let's have the vote.
okay, so all in favor, please raise your hand or put a yes in the chat box. Okay, see one. We see others. 2, 3.
Ahora bien, levante su mano o indique o escribe en el chat su apoyo o objeción a la enmienda.
Yes.
And Leopoldo, from Leopoldo, let's go ahead. We don't need to discuss anymore.
Okay, we have a number of yeses that we recorded. Are there objections? If you have objections, please put it in the chat box.
Si hay
No vote.
objeciones, tienen que escribirlos, por favor.
Yeses. Okay, we do not see objections, so the bill passes. And it passes with the friendly amendment made by Reverend Lord George, and we'll take into consideration the good points made by the senator from Nigeria about people who have more than one wife and how will we deal with that, and that can be amended for the next session of the parliament. Okay, so now we've got 3 small amendments coming up. The amendments to World Legislative Act number 10, World Energy System Review.
De la ley número 10, tenemos una propuesta para el sistema mundial de energía
The basic point of this bill, because energy can now be traced to any number of different sources. There's many people around the world working on energy. The main point is that they want to change the name from the original name, which was the Hydrogen World Energy System Authority, to a regenerative world energy system.
La enmienda propuesta está sugiriendo que tengamos un cambio del nombre de la ley a la energía regenerativa.
And so the new name would be Regenerative World Energy System Authority, and it would be empowered to investigate 0-point types of energy and other kinds of energy besides hydrogen energy. And that's the entire bill. So is there a motion that would pass this bill?
Esta propuesta está en un cambio del nombre, pero también incluye otros tipos, otros fuentes de energía regenerativas, como de energía de magnetismo y de solar y de otros fuentes regenerativas. Hay una moción para discutir.
So moved. Okay. Is there a second?
Hay una moción. ¿Hay alguien que quiere dar segunda?
Okay, we have the second. Very good.
Tenemos una segunda.
Is there a discussion of the bill? Not much to discuss. Change the name. Okay, all in favor of the bill? Raise your hand or put so in the chat box.
Hey, he's making pretty good too. I didn't want to tangle with it.
Hands are raised again.
Okay, I see several hands raised. Objections to the bill. Any no votes to the bill? Please put them in the chat box.
Hay una mano levantada del honor Quispe. There's a hand raised. David Quispe has raised his hand.
So sorry, I only like to vote. But I agree.
Yes, let's vote.
That's what we're doing. We're voting.
And their hands, I just think they're 3 days ago.
Por favor, de votar en el chat.
Go pretty great. I don't like it much.
Okay, the motion passes.
When we went in there, it was a game bill, police. And I didn't walk around.
Amendment to World Legislative Act 10 passes with a name change. Okay, our next proposal, the amendments to World Legislative Act number 15.
adaptamos esta propuesta número para 10. Ahora la próxima estará lo siguiente. President Martin,
Yeah. Yes.
we can continue.
Okay, so let's look at the amendment proposals for World Legislative Act number 13. What this proposal does is want to add a clause. Whoever's got their speaker on, please mute yourself. This clause that states that decisions of the appellate branch of the World Court are final unless overruled by a 2/3 majority vote of the World Parliament in joint session. And then it adds to that. Adds to the clause, Article 3.2, it states that nuclear power continental federations, such as India, nuclear states and former nuclear states may also make regular reports and regular recommendations to the Board of Trustees of the World Disarmament Agency. The World Disarmament Agency will receive reports and recommendations regardless of whether or not the respective state is a member state of the Earth Federation. Then, okay, so are we clear? Can we have a motion that this bill be passed?
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Well, first before we have that, we need to have the motion and then the question. So is there a motion to pass?
Hay una moción.
Motion, a second to the motion? Okay, second, discussion. Laura, you have something?
Yeah, before I express an extreme objection, I'm going to ask a question. This bill, this additional clause states that the World Parliament can override the appellate bench of the World Court before it even gets to the Supreme Court. I don't understand what is going on here.
Ni yo tampoco. I don't understand. No comprendo lo que es esto. Esa profesión está diciendo que el Parlamento podría arreglar sobre el tribunal de apelados.
My question is, are you allowing the legislature to intervene in the judiciary before it's even resolved?
This clause refers to the appellate branch of the World Supreme Court.
Buy one, get one free.
So what it introduces is something that's not there in the Earth Constitution, and that is the Earth Constitution says decisions of the World Supreme Court are final. And so what this introduces.
But I don't know what bill they're referring to. Do you know? Which one?
I have an exceedingly
Number what?
Exceedingly strong objection. Very, very, very strong objection to this. Very strong. Yeah, I mean, the whole reason for a judiciary is to take it out of the political discourse. And we're not even allowing a case to go to the Supreme Court. We're going to allow the Parliament to overrule the appellate branch, the appellate bench of the World Court. This is such a bad idea.
I don't understand either. Could the speaker please repeat what proposal is being addressed? Por favor, el presidente repetirá cuál es la propuesta que estamos discutiendo.
We're looking at the section that is titled add this clause to Article 3 responsibility. And it says decisions of the appellate bench of the World Court, and it refers to World Supreme Court, are final unless overruled by an absolute majority vote of the world relevant to joint session. Now,
what is the bill that we're deliberating?
World amendment proposals for World Legislative Act 13.
13.
The World Peace Act. Can you, Laura?
I think we can reserve that. I think we can reserve that provision. For right now, at least, we strike that provision from the amendment bill. Por favor, que vamos a negar esa provisión que habla acerca del un poder del parlamento para decir no a la Corte de Apelaciones.
Okay. Dr. Ullman makes a motion that we strike that provision from the bill. I take it, Laura, you would second that motion?
Yes, it's blatantly unconstitutional.
Yes, just say yes or no. You second the motion. All in favor of striking that motion from the bill, please say aye or raise your hand. Or
aye.
Okay, we've got 1, 2.
Y a todos que están en favor de negar esa moción, que la provisión que dice que el Parlamento Mundial puede interferir en el Tribunal de Apelaciones. Y yo y profesor Laura George dijo que tenemos objeciones a la provisión.
All in favor of keeping the motion in the bill, please say yes. Write that in the chat box. Is there?
No. I'm sorry. I had a matter I had to discuss with Kalani. I missed the last statement, please.
I don't see objections to striking it, so that clause is stricken from the bill. Can we move to passing the bill without that clause?
Pues ya quitamos esa provisión donde el Parlamento puede interferir en las decisiones de las Cortes de Apelaciones.
Okay, so the body of the bill as it remains says this act prohibits payments of royalties for the former sale, purchase, lease, or use of weapons of mass destruction, intellectual property. The act prohibits payments. You can see that the original act has been reworded here in this
Always.
So the act prohibits payments of royalties for the former sale, purchase, lease, or use of WMD property. Claims for prohibited royalties are unlawful, world-class felony. Due to the severity of this issue, world courts may determine that civil forfeiture law applies to any case arising from this provision. This provision has immediate force upon adoption by the Provisional World Parliament. WMD intellectual properties revert to the public domain. World courts must not grant any compensations or claims of eminent domain compensation. Okay, that's the substance of the bill right now. Is there a further discussion of that?
I would like to speak on this.
Okay.
The proposal is for something that's already in the legislation. What the proposal will do is simply reword the legislation somewhat. And I am not opposed to that slight rewording of the legislation.
Okay.
Lo que dice la propuesta aquí, esa provisión, ya está en la ley mundial número 13, ya está ahí, pero no estoy contra de esa revisión de cómo lo explica la provisión. Estoy bien con esto.
Other discussion? Okay, are we ready to take a vote on the bill? All in favor, raise your hands or put a yes in the chat box.
Todos que están de acuerdo con esas enmiendas a la ley número 13, por favor, levanta la mano o muestra en el chat. La propuesta para la legislación, enmienda a la legislación número 13.
Okay, all opposed to the bill, please put a no in the chat box.
Todos que están de acuerdo. Speaker Leopoldo is asking to speak. He's asking to speak from the chat.
Leopoldo, what do you say?
Leopoldo, please unmute your speaker.
Ok, ya puedo hablar. Pregunto si, como no hemos entendido bien lo que se está hablando, Venezuela tiene una propuesta 13 de proponer algunos cambios en el artículo 2.14 para globalizar toda la propiedad intelectual sobre armas de destrucción masiva como propiedad del gobierno mundial solo para conversión o desmantelamiento pacífico. Y aquí está la propuesta: cancelar todos los derechos de propiedad sobre la misma. Cancelar los derechos de propiedad sobre la misma. Pregunto si eso ya se incluyó en la propuesta. Esa es la propuesta.
Disculpe, no. Lo siento mucho. No realmente entendí bien la pregunta o lo que estaba diciendo. ¿Puede, por favor, decirlo de nuevo en otras palabras.
I don't have his name.
Sí, la propuesta 13 de Venezuela propone un cambio en el acto 13, que es cancelar todos los derechos de propiedad sobre la propiedad intelectual. Cancelar todos los derechos de propiedad.
The proposal is that all the intellectual rights are canceled. That's this provision within the amendment. And yes, it already said that, but to add this makes it somewhat clearer. And therefore, I'm in favor of going forward with the amendment because it creates a clarification.
So you have a specific wording for going forward with the amendment to this bill?
I think that I'm fine with that.
Fine with what?
I think that I don't have any objections. I think we're ready. We may be ready for the question on the amendment.
What is the amendment?
Is amendment, the entire amendments to 13. I had said before that this aspect of loss of property rights was in the legislation. When it goes into the public domain, it does that. But this clarifies and it makes clear that civil forfeiture applies, not merely a matter that it's in the public domain.
So I just read the proposal. You want me to read it again? I read it. This act prohibits payments of royalties for the former sale, purchase, lease, the use of WMD intellectual property. The act prohibits payments of royalties for the former sale, purchase, lease, the use of WMD property. Claims for prohibited royalties are unlawful, World Class 1 felony, and so on.
Yes.
So we just had a vote on that. Many people voted yes, and we were looking for no votes. What is the discussion here?
Porque hay discusión. Porque hay discusión. Estamos preguntando si hay objeciones.
Okay, the bill passes. All right, let's go on to the next one.
Ya adoptamos, vamos a la próxima propuesta para enmienda. Ya adaptamos al 13, a la ley 13.
Okay, next one, the next legislative act is World Legislative Act number 31. Amendments to that. That is the
la próxima propuesta es para el acto número 31.
What this bill does is it asks to add a number 7 to this act, an additional article number 7. And number 7, you can see on your page, says each candidate for district ombudsman shall slate 5 qualified deputy district ombudsmen. The adult residents of each of the 5 World Electoral Administrative Sub-Districts may elect 1 district ombudsman together with a qualified slate. The district ombudsman candidate and candidates of the slate may only run for elected office through 1 sub-district per election. Candidate for district ombudsman has to be at least 21 years old
I love cooking.
and has to have certification from the Institute of World Governmental Procedures and World Problems.
Ahora bien, por favor, please, so that I can interpret.
Okay, go ahead.
Aquí la propuesta está diciendo que el nivel del Distrito Mundial, los residentes del distrito, del nivel de subdistrito, van a elegir su representante al defensor desde el subdistrito, ya que va a haber 5 subdistritos cada distrito mundial. Esta provisión hace que la decisión sea más local.
Okay, we have a motion to pass this bill.
Hay moción para adoptar esta enmienda. Sí, yo mociono adoptarla. I'm motioning to adopt this amendment.
Is there a second?
Please.
Okay, I see thumbs up there. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion of the bill?
Please, it's very important when we have this bill adopted, it enables the later proposal for World District Standard. Aquí es muy importante que consideramos esto. Es importante adoptarlo para que sirva la próxima propuesta número 72 para un patrón estándar para el Distrito Mundial.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, so we're ready for the vote. All in favor? Raise your hands or put a yes in the chat box.
Aye.
All in favor? Okay, I see one. You put a thumbs up on your screen, or okay, I see another.
Vamos a votar ahora, por favor, para esta enmienda para defensores del Distrito Mundial, para que tengamos defensores en el Distrito Mundial elegidos de los subdistritos, los 5 subdistritos de cada Distrito Mundial.
Okay, all opposed to this bill, put a no in the chat box. Many yeses.
Si hay objeciones, anotar su objeción.
Okay, we do not see any objections.
No vemos ninguna objeciones.
So the bill passes.
Y adaptamos la propuesta para enmiendas a la ley mundial número 31.
Okay, let's move on forward to amendment proposals to World Legislative Act number 54.
Ya pasamos a la enmienda al acto legislativo mundial número 54.
This act creates an office. You can see in 12.2, we're adding to World Legislative Act 54, and item 12.2 to be added says sheriffs.
Vamos agregando una profesión 12.2.
Office of the World District Sheriff and the World District Deputy Sheriff is hereby created for monitoring house arrests, paroles, prohibitions, and enforcement of world equity decisions.
Una oficina de alguaciles, 5 alguaciles para proveer el servicio de decisiones de los tribunales, decisiones de equidad y para supervisar las probaciones y probaciones bajo bajo condenación de las cortes de los tribunales.
Every 5 years, there will be elections for 5 in each district, each world district. There will be elections for 5 world district sheriffs and 25 world district deputy sheriffs.
Por cada 5 años va a haber una elecciones generales del Distrito Mundial, dentro de lo cual los residentes de los distritos mundiales van a elegir por subdistrito un alguacil del distrito, alguacil, para que sean 5 alguaciles de distrito mundial. Y ellos van nombrando antes de la elección sus diputados. Cada alguacil seleccionar por antemano sus diputados para que los residentes del Distrito Mundial puedan considerar sus cualificaciones.
We have a motion to pass this act.
Hay una moción para esta propuesta. To discuss, Speaker Martin, to discuss the bill or to adopt the bill?
We want to have a motion to put the bill on the floor and a second motion after that to second it, and then we discuss it. That's the pattern we've been following.
Esa es la cuestión de discutir la propuesta. ¿Hay alguien que quiere mover para discutir, deliberar la propuesta para enmienda número 5 para la ley 54? Yo mociono.
Is there a second?
A motion.
So moved. Is there a second? Okay, see a second, then is there discussion of this bill?
again, if I could say that this legislation is very urgent so that the World District Standard that we intend to deliberate as World Legislative Act 72 functions cleanly and with grassroots participation at a world level in the world districts. Sí, yo quisiera decir que esta enmienda, estas provisiones de enmienda a la ley 54 son menester para que podamos tener una representación del pueblo y nivel de los residentes de los distritos mundiales. Esta propuesta es necesaria para la propuesta para la ley para un patrón o estándar del distrito mundial, que sería el número 72.
Is there further discussion? Okay, in the absence of further discussion, do we have someone's hand up? Yes.
Dr. Vladimir? Yes, sir. So you have something to say, Vladimir?
Да, я вас приветствую, господа, товарищи и коллеги. Я вас приветствую. Слышно так, нет?
Virginia, please, you have to translate.
Нет, не слышно.
Virginia, are you there?
Далеко, технически сложно. Технически сложно. Технически сложно. У нас тут проблемы. У нас проблемы технические. Технические проблемы.
Okay, well,
I think Dr. Vladimir Onoprienko would like to speak.
Технические проблемы. Нет связи у нас, нету. Сожалею весьма. Ну что делать? Понятно?
are you going to help us out here?
Yes, please put it in the chat. Por favor, pon su comentario en el chat. Speaker, please look at the chat to see this, the comment. Señor Presidente, por favor de mirar al chat para ver lo que quiere comentar.
He's saying he has a technical problem.
A technical problem hearing or speaking so that we can hear.
So there's nothing we can do. We're audio, audible to everybody. It must be a local problem. Okay, so all in favor of this amendment to World Legislative Act 54, please raise your hand, put a thumbs up or a hand up. Or a yes in the chat box? Okay, I see yes. Another yes.
Y por favor, todos vamos a votar ahora en esa enmienda para la ley mundial 54. Si apoyan esta propuesta para enmienda, por favor, decirlo ahora, mostrar la mano o ponlo en el chat que está de acuerdo.
Okay, any opposed? If you have opposed, please put it in the chat box. No vote will be in the chat box.
Si hay objeciones que estén en el box de chat. Someone asked if we're voting through chat only or through voice only. Alguien preguntó si estamos votando solamente por chat o solamente por vocalmente.
No votes, we're voting on the chat box. We don't see any no's.
Yeah, we don't see any objections.
Okay.
No veamos ninguna objeción. Hay mucho apoyo. No hay objeciones en el chat.
Okay, so the bill passes.
Adaptamos la propuesta para enmienda a la ley mundial número 54.
So the next bill is the actualization protocol for the Earth Federation. The actualization protocol requests that the Parliament make official 5 different phases in the actualization process.
La próxima propuesta es para una resolución del Parlamento que adaptemos un protocolo, una resolución una póliza de 5 etapas dentro del gobierno mundial provisional.
So there are 5 phases that must be followed in proper order according to this bill. The first phase.
Vamos a seguir 5 fases en el orden de esta propuesta. Sería nuestra resolución y la póliza.
The first phase is the phase of provisional world government. That is the phase that we are now part of. We're now
En la primera fase es para el gobierno mundial provisional. Es lo que estamos haciendo ahora.
Phase 2 will be the first operative stage of world government as defined under Article 17 of the Earth Constitution, when 25 nations or some comparable number have ratified the Earth Constitution.
La fase número 2 sería la primera etapa operativa del gobierno mundial de la Federación del Tierra.
So after the first operative stage of provision of the world government, then the Parliament, the newly formed World Parliament, will undertake a constitutional review to see whether or not the Constitution needs to be improved. or altered in some way.
Después de que llegamos a la primera etapa operativa conforme a la Constitución del Tierra, entonces habrán una convención constituyente mundial, constitutiva mundial, para deliberar si debe de haber cambios, enmiendas a la Constitución del Tierra.
And this will be done under Article 18 of the Earth Constitution, following the requirements of Article 18.
Siguiendo los requisitos de los artículos 19 y 17 de la Constitución del Tierra.
After the changes are made, if any, then the next stage in the process will take place. The second operative stage under Article 17 of the Earth Constitution will occur when 50% of the nations of the world, or some comparable number of world electoral districts, have approved the Constitution.
I have a point of order of privilege. Speaker, sir, we're going over points in the proposal, and I'm wondering if we couldn't just give the gist of the proposal. If I could say, please, that this proposal, in a sense, it is rephrasing Article 17 and 18 and 19 of the Earth Constitution in such a way that it's easier for people to understand the order.
That's good, yes. Yeah.
And if we're saying that we're considering to adopt a resolution that just brings some clarification by rephrasing those provisions, those articles, that it will be easier for us to consider and adopt this, saving time.
Okay, well,
I will vouch that this proposal of resolution of policy makes it easier to understand what we're doing. Yo voy a decir que esa propuesta, el espíritu de esa propuesta para resolución es poner en otras palabras la póliza, para decir en otras palabras los artículos 17, 18 y 19 de la Constitución del Tierra.
okay, so we have the 5 phases, and we want to adopt the policy of the Parliament that we follow these 5 steps in ratifying the Constitution and bringing it to full authority on the planet. Is there a motion to put this to the floor? Somebody move to approve this.
I move to approve.
Okay,
I
so
move
let's,
to shorten discussion. I think that we can simply take this without a lot of discussion and move on to other legislative proposals that might need more discussion.
okay.
Yo voy a proponer que limitamos la discusión porque realmente no hay nada muy fuera de lo ordinario en la propuesta para póliza.
Okay, Laura, did you have a point to make? Laura?
Laura
Hi.
tenía algo que decir.
Yeah, I'm afraid that I disagree strenuously with this proposed piece of legislation. I think it is in violation of Article 19 of the Earth Constitution, and I would like to point out why.
Okay.
Can you translate that, Eugenia?
Sí. Yo tengo objeción a esa propuesta. Yo digo que es contra las provisiones del número 19 de la Constitución de Tierra, y va a haber un problema adoptando este protocolo. And I withdraw my support. I'm speaking as Eugenia, as secretary. I'm withdrawing my support. I think I'm understanding something that that my colleague Laura is speaking to, that we need to either postpone or send to committee for further deliberation, because this may have some serious defects that will undermine our work.
Why don't you let Laura explain that?
Yeah, I think this is really important. All right, so I don't know how many people have the Earth Constitution, Article 19 in front of them, but it starts off with in 19.1 describing what we have to do first. And what we have to do first is establish these preparatory commissions. I don't know that that's been done. So the step one hasn't been done.
Primero tenemos que seguir lo que está en el artículo 19 de la Constitución del Tierra. Ese crea una condición de complicación. Esa propuesta para póliza protocolo haga una complicación.
That's problem number one. And I want to ask a question before I proceed. Have we established a nominating commission?
The list at the beginning of today's session, we said that the commissions would be listed for volunteers on the website, but they haven't.
Okay.
We don't have volunteers yet.
All right, so the next point I want to make is that under 19...
Un momento. Hemos constituido la comisión de nominaciones, dice Lara George, dice el presidente. Eso es algo que íbamos a hacer esa sesión del Parlamento.
If you look at section 19.2.8, it says that the nominating committee must be created in advance of convening a provisional world parliament. It goes on to go ahead and translate that, please.
Según la provisión del artículo 19, dice que la comisión de nominaciones tiene que constituirse antes de una sesión del Parlamento Mundial Provisional.
And if you look at section 19.4.1, it says when the Provisional World Parliament convenes, it will elect a presidium, which has not been
Y
done.
también en la Constitución Mundial dice en su artículo 19 que debe de haber el presidium elegido por el Parlamento Mundial Profesional.
Then if you look at 19.4.6, it says you must complete the prior 4 steps for the provisional world government to be in operation.
Dice que una condición del gobierno mundial provisional son estas provisiones en 19 de la Constitución Mundial.
And if you look at articles 19.53, 54, 56, you'll see that we're supposed to be establishing the houses of the legislature. And in the proposed bill, that was pushed to the next phase. So this bill violates Article 19 in many ways.
No, it does not push it to the next phase. All it does is, all this stuff needs to be done under Article 19, and it has been done more or less since 1982, when they first held the first session of the Provisional World Parliament. There were people at that time, they were conforming with this. Those people are now deceased and dead. And so the ability of the Parliament to conform to these conditions has gone up and down over the years, here and there. Sometimes these conditions can be fulfilled more completely than other times. The point is that the Provisional World Parliament is laying all of these things. It is laying the Provisional World House of Peoples and House of Nations and so on. All of that is what we're doing, and to the best of our resources and ability. All it says is that after, all this bill says, is that after the Parliament has done its work, part of its work is to get to step 1 in the ratification process. It says that clearly throughout step 19. The job of the Provisional World Parliament is to foster ratification of the Earth Constitution, which would be the first operative stage under Article 17. That's what our job is. And what this bill says is that after we do our job and the first stage of the World Parliament is effected, then it's the time to follow Article 18 of the Earth Constitution and edit the Constitution according to Article 18. And then to completely cycle the steps in Article 17, after Article 18 is invoked, then we go to the second stage, operative stage, and the final operative stage is defined in Article 17. There's nothing at all in the bill that violates any of this.
I have a difficulty following the argument for translating. So I'm having a question of privilege, which means that it's hard for us to go on. There are numerous points that are out of order in the current deliberation. And I'm going to ask the speaker for us to establish a committee, a standing parliamentary committee now as a matter of as a point of parliamentary privilege for us to establish a committee to study this discussion. That is some points. One is that we don't have a separate speaker from the author of the bill. That's number 1 point. Number 2 point, there has been raised a serious objection to the bill. Number 3 point, the only interpreter is having difficulty actually hearing the deliberation. So I'm going to ask now, and then I'm going to say what I've just said in Spanish. I'm going to ask that the speaker recuse so that it can go to committee.
Let's establish this committee to study the bill. That's fine.
Okay,
so let's make a motion in your Spanish. You make a motion to that we postpone this bill or table it and create a committee to study it.
Presidente está diciendo, ahora vamos a hacer un comité para estudiar más tarde durante la intersesión las provisiones de esta propuesta. Ya no vamos a votar en el momento en esta resolución, sino que vamos construyendo este comité para deliberar y puede ser en la próxima tener una propuesta que sirve para deliberar. Pues los miembros, yo estoy hablando de secretaria, I'm speaking as secretary, President Martin, who will be the members of the committee?
Let's put the option to join this committee on the website along with the other commissions after the parliament, so that we don't have to deal with that now.
Vamos a nombrar nosotros mismos firmando la lista de los comités que nos interesan al final del Parlamento, al final de la sesión 15ª del Parlamento, para los comités de continuación, comisiones de continuación del Parlamento.
Okay, are there objections to creating this committee? Okay, so the committee is now created. Let us move on to the next bill, which is
Creamos este comité. Vamos a la próxima propuesta.
Bill for an Act, World Legislative Act number 68, Statute on the Rights of Women.
La próxima propuesta es para los derechos para la mujer.
We have the primary author of this bill with us, so I will ask Reverend Laura George to summarize the bill for us.
Thank you, President.
Por favor, Laura George, Reverenda Pastora Laura George, a presentar la propuesta para los derechos de la mujer, de las mujeres.
Currently, women and girls live in a state of second-class citizenship in most of the world. They're lacking inherent dignity, innate rights, personal sovereignty, and physical safety.
Actualmente no se protegen los derechos de las mujeres y de las niñas. No tienen seguridades y tienen sus derechos se violan en muchos sentidos.
In addition, the sanctity of the mother-child relationship is violated in those nations which give legal and cultural preference to men.
Los derechos de las mujeres y de las niñas y de su relación entre sí está violado, los derechos están violados por las naciones que dan preferencia a los hombres.
Fortunately, the Earth Constitution was designed to protect the inalienable rights of all people and to achieve gender equality.
Afortunadamente, la Constitución de la Tierra provee para la protección de los derechos de todos, no solamente de los hombres, no solamente de los varones.
And I would just add that the rights of women are key to establishing universal human rights.
La protección de los derechos de las mujeres y para las niñas es clave para la protección de derechos humanos en sí.
So the most difficult part of this bill for me to draft was the definition of woman. So
Una parte difícil de esa propuesta fue la definición de mujeres.
So the bill defines a woman as an adult female member of the human family, including persons identified as female at birth, persons who undergo female gender change surgery, and persons who self-identify as females, and girls are defined as females under the age of 18.
Let me just interject here. Let me just interject that we're starting our addressing these bills with a summary, an overall view. And if we go through the whole bill and read it in detail, it will take up too much time. We won't have time for the rest of the legislation.
Okay.
We want to bring it to the floor. We want to bring it to the floor and then move it and then have discussion of it. And then if there are details to be discussed, they can come out in the discussion period.
Y está fuera del orden, por favor, no vamos a estar hablando de los detalles de la propuesta para los derechos de las mujeres en este momento. Tenemos que decidir como el Parlamento si vamos a deliberar. Pues en ese momento tenía que estar dando un resumen, no los detalles.
So it was simply my intent to draw your attention to what I thought might be the most controversial part of the bill, because after defining what a woman is, I think the rest of this is pretty straightforward.
Bueno, pues yo estaba diciendo solamente que una parte clave de toda la propuesta es parte de las definiciones de mujer y definición de niña. Y el resto del de la propuesta, me parece que probablemente todos vamos a estar de acuerdo.
Okay. Do we have a motion to bring the bill to the floor?
¿Hay alguien que quiere deliberar esta propuesta? Laura, you can also be the person to motion it if nobody else says. Lara, también usted misma puede ser la persona a proponer, mocionar. Yo creo que está mocionando. So we need a second. Is there someone to second this bill? ¿Hay alguien para secundar la propuesta?
Jose Ellis seconds it, okay. So the bill has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion of the bill? Any discussion of the bill?
¿Hay discusión de deliberación de la propuesta?
Okay, I have a friendly amendment myself. I would like to take the legislative body to take a look at items 3.2.1 and 3.2.2. 3.2.1.
Vamos, 3.2.1, 3.2.1 y 3.2.2. Tengo una pregunta.
So the first one says women have the unfettered right to self-determination in all matters. And the second one says women have the right to own and inherit property. I would make a friendly amendment to rephrase both of those. The first one, I would write, women have the unfettered right to self-determination within the law in all matters. And the second one, I would write as, women have the right to own and inherit property as defined by law. And the reason why I make those amendments is because there is abreast in the world an attitude called personal sovereignty, which rejects law, rejects the rule of law, and says, "Oh, I have the right. I'm a sovereign person. I have the right to do whatever I want in all matters." And that first one could be interpreted in that way. You know,
so let me interpret, please.
Yeah, okay.
En el número artículo 3.2.1 y 3.2.2 tengo unas propuestas para enmienda o cambio amistoso, porque puede ser que en algunos lugares la palabra unfettered, la palabra que no hay limitaciones, puede tener una interpretación según la nación. Okay. Y Mr. President, I think we'll continue.
Okay, Laura, what does that okay with you? Use that as a friendly amendment?
I understand what you're saying, Glenn. My only concern is that under the law, what could it possibly be misinterpreted to mean the law of nations? Because countries or local laws could conflict with the meaning of this statute.
Well,
so could we add world law?
Sure, absolutely. Within world law, how's that?
Okay.
Within the law under the Earth Constitution.
Yes.
And as defined by, and you could say in the second one, perhaps, inherent authority is defined by the World Parliament.
Un momento, por favor. Excuse me one moment so that I understand. I don't see what the precise change in language is, if it's in 3.2.1, 3.2.2, or where is it that we're adding in the word world? Por favor, para que se comprende bien, yo no sé si exactamente dónde están hablando de esta enmienda amistosa, cambio amistoso, en dónde ponemos esta palabra mundial, exactamente, para que lo metamos.
So we could put it at the very end, the 3.2.1 might read, the unfettered right to self-determination in all matters within world law under the Earth Constitution.
Oh. Un momento, por favor. En world law, vamos agregando proponiendo agregar en ambos 3.2.1 y 3.2.2 la calificación dentro de la ley mundial conforme a la Constitución del Tierra. Y vamos agregando esto al final de ambas frases o profesiones.
Okay. The second one, the right to own and inherit property as defined by law under the Earth Constitution.
Como definido por el conforme a la Constitución.
Okay, Dean, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You got that then?
Yeah, I think I've got it, and I think I've interpreted it.
Okay, so with these friendly amendments, let's bring this to a vote. Unless there's further discussion. Is there further discussion?
Ahora, si con estas enmiendas amistosas creo que estamos listos para recibir la cuestión para votar en esta propuesta legislativa para los derechos de las mujeres y los niñas. ¿Hay más discusión?
Okay, all in favor of this bill as amended? Please raise your hand or put a yes in the chat box. Okay, I see a yes.
One moment, just a minute. Speaker Leopoldo has a question. One moment. And what I will do is repeat what I said, because I'm afraid that that it was not clear.
Okay.
Leopoldo, please unmute yourself.
Un momento.
Es solo una pregunta para ver cuál es la palabra, la propuesta amistosa, la palabra en español. ¿Cuál sería la palabra que se le agrega? Gracias.
Un momento, por favor, estoy escribiéndolo. Un momento. Un momento, por favor.
What's going on?
¿O cuál es la palabra en inglés si no tiene traducción al español?
Un momento.
What are you doing?
Un momento, estoy poniéndolo en español. President, sir, I am entering this, the proposed amendments in Spanish in the chat. Ya metí las enmiendas a la propuesta dentro del chat. Están en este que dice Kalani. Mi ayudante Kalani James Evans. Ahí está esas enmiendas.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Understood.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we're voting and we've asked for yes votes on this bill. And we've gotten several yes votes. Any, once again, yes votes on the bill? Put a hand in your photo or a yes on the chat.
Sí, todos podemos, vamos votando ahora en esta propuesta para Ley Mundial 68 para los derechos de las mujeres y las niñas. Por favor, a votar ahora.
Okay. Okay. All opposed, please put your no vote in the check box. If you're opposed.
Si hay objeciones, por favor, anotarlo en el box de chat.
Okay, we don't see any no votes, so the ayes have it and the bill passes.
Pues no había oposición. Adaptamos ya la propuesta para la Ley Mundial número 68 para los derechos de las mujeres y las niñas.
Okay, our next bill is called a bill for World Legislative Act number 72, called World District Standards.
Ahora vamos a la propuesta número 72 para un patrón de distrito mundial. Un estándar de distrito mundial.
This is quite a comprehensive bill. In item number 8 of the bill, talks about structure. And it says in the third line, number 8, the World District Electoral Commission shall divide the district into 10 equally populous, within plus or minus 10%, world judicial precincts of 5 sub-world districts of equal population. Therefore, each judicial precinct will have approximately 7.9 lakh residents. So we've got 5 world sub-districts within each of the 1,000 electoral districts. It appears in this bill, there are 5 sub-districts.
Ok, voy mirando esta propuesta para el ley número 72 para el patrón.
The bill says that the world district shall divide the district into 10 equally populous. Eugenia, could you please explain the relationship between the judicial precincts and the world sub-districts? I'm not sure
Yes.
it's clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce this bill. Kalani James Evans and I are people who worked on this bill, on the design, thinking about how to create a structure for world districts, a standard structure, so that around the world we're basically largely doing the same thing at the residential, at the district level, and so that the districts can, with equity and justice, coordinate among themselves in a semi-autonomous manner, in conformance with the Earth Constitution. Sí, por favor, yo voy presentando esta propuesta para un patrón de distrito mundial, de estándar de distrito mundial. Kalani James Evans y yo fuimos autores del distrito del estándar o patrón para el distrito mundial. Y el propósito es para que haya una semejanza y equidad entre las estructuras por todos los 1000 distritos mundiales, para que podamos coordinarnos con equidad. Y en cuanto a eso, hay el patrón, para que pueda haber más voz del pueblo, hicimos de cada distrito 5 subdistritos, y dentro de 5 subdistritos 2 recintos judiciales. Y eso es el sentido de que pueda haber elecciones locales para los oficiales del distrito. No son nombrados del Parlamento Mundial, sino son nombrados de los residentes locales para manejar el distrito. I'll say this in English, the second part. The gist of the bill for the World District Standard is so that there is a similarity among all the world districts in the basic structure and protocols of the districts. And what the districts, what the World District Standard does in a simple form, 4 pages and some annexes. And in a simple form, it provides a structure and function for showing the officials who are elected. The district officials are locally elected by the people of the sub-districts during the general elections, so that the management of the district and also the oversight of the district is largely done by local people, locally elected. And this is in conformance with the Earth Constitution, particularly with the provision requiring or encouraging decentralizing administration.
Okay, so could you please explain the question of the relation between the judicial precincts and the 5 sub-districts? Are the precincts within the sub-districts? Does each World Electoral District have 5 subs and then 10 below it? What is the relationship?
Oh, that's a good point, but I think that's a detail. Are we going to deliberate? Are we going to deliberate this bill? And I would move this bill. I move this bill. Are we discussing it? We've got, I think we have a second already in that Kalani and other people worked with us on this.
Is there a second to move this bill and move forward to discussion?
Hay una segunda. Leopoldo mostró su mano.
Okay, I see a second. So discussion.
Yes, it looks like there's seconds, and that not only seconds, but Laura is asking for me to answer your question. Thank you. In the entire district, in one world district, there will be 10 judicial precincts. Cada distrito mundial tendrá 10 distritos, 10 precintos judiciales. 2 precintos judiciales formarán un subdistrito. To make this simple, to try to make this simple, each subdistrict will have 5. Each district will have 5 subdistricts of 2 judicial precincts. And the reason for the judicial precincts is because the number of judges is going to outstrip the number of the other elected officials, since each bench of the court requires 3 judicial officials. So the judicial officials are there's going to be a greater need for elections there.
I would like to make a friendly amendment suggestion that this sentence be reworded so that that is clear. You know, you would say each World District Electoral Commission shall divide the district into 5 world sub-districts each of which will contain 2 judicial precincts.
Each sub-district will contain 2 judicial precincts.
That's what you said.
One moment. Pues están proponiendo que agregamos las palabras cada subdistrito contendrá 2 precintos judiciales. Un momento, por favor. Just a minute, please. I'm looking for the judicial precinct. I'm looking for the World District Standard in Spanish.
Well, we've got quite a lot of legislation still ahead of us.
Glenn, what's
We
the
need to
section
take a short break.
Glenn, can you identify the section you're amending?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Sir Speaker, the provision that we're amending here, the number of the provision, el número de la provisión que estamos en la enmienda. Sí, la palabra es precinto judicial y el número sería el número 8, artículo 8. Estamos mirando al artículo 8. Laura, in Article 8, it's saying, now let me go to the English. In Article 8, it is saying, it's Article 8 under structure. The World District Electoral Commission shall divide the district into 10 equally populous within plus or minus 10% World Judicial precincts. And so the speaker has suggested that we add the phrase, each sub-district will contain 2 judicial precincts. Pues la enmienda propuesta es que agregamos en el artículo número 8, después de la descripción de la introducción de precintos judiciales, las palabras cada subdistrito contendrá o contiene 2 precintos judiciales.
Okay, is there further discussion of this bill? Okay, are we ready then to bring it to a vote? All in favor? Please so indicate on your screen or in the chat box. See, yes. Yes.
Estamos todos, si estamos listos para adoptar para adoptarlo.
Okay, we see a number of yeses. All opposed to the bill, please indicate in the chat box by saying
Si
no.
hay objeciones a la propuesta para el patrón de Distrito Mundial para ley número 72, por favor, decirlo en el box de chat, en el cajón de chat. That's the number of the 72. Sí, estamos preguntando si están en favor de distritos mundiales, del patrón de distritos mundiales.
So we don't see objections to the bill. The bill passes.
Ya no habían objeciones, ya adoptamos la ley mundial número 72 para estándares patrón de distrito mundial.
Okay, now we'll go to a bill for an act, World Legislative Act number 69.
Por favor, excuse me, a point of a question of privilege, parliamentary privilege. We've been working for quite a while. If we could have a 5-minute recess, please. No one leave the Zoom meeting, but some of us may need to answer nature's call or take a drink of water. So could we stay and informally talk or discuss for about 5 minutes so that we can have a brief recess?
5 minutes to answer nature's call, which will bring us to India, New Delhi time, 5 minutes to 7. Okay, it's now 10 to 7. We'll reconvene at 5 minutes to 7. Okay?
No puedo, I can't hear you. Pregunté si tenemos un descanso. Nos vemos en 5 minutos. Nos vemos. No se van, no se apagan su Zoom. Ahorita regresamos. Yo regreso.
Okay, well. Our Parliament Secretary is not returned.
I'm back.
There you are. Okay. So we're up to let's resume. Parliament back in session.
Vamos a comenzar de nuevo la sesión del Parlamento. Si estamos aquí, si hemos descansado lo suficiente por el momento. Para el momento.
World Legislative Act number 69, World Federal Powers of Arrest.
Ahora la próxima propuesta es para poderes de arresto, poderes mundiales de arresto. La propuesta número 69.
Can you summarize this, Eugenia, without spending a long time on it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna present a short overview of the proposed bill and also present it in Spanish, please. I'll present in both languages. Voy a estar presentando en ambos un resumen de la propuesta legislativa número 69 para los poderes de arresto. Briefly, in world law, in law, generally there are descriptions of the circumstances under which different levels of jurisdictions, different officers of government or the public can take steps to ensure that the law, there's enforcement of the law. And within law, it is defined steps that officers can take and steps that private officials can take and steps that the general public can take and steps that that military can take. Dentro de las leyes, hay generalmente en las leyes de las naciones, hay provisiones que describen o limitan las calificaciones para órdenes de arresto. Hay límites para los oficiales del gobierno en niveles diferentes, en jurisdicciones diferentes. Hay definición para los poderes de corporaciones privadas de seguridad. Hay provisiones para los poderes de arresto de los civiles, de la gente común, y también hay provisiones de poderes de arresto para los oficiales, los servicios, los miembros de los servicios militares. Y para que pueda haber orden, tenemos que seguir las leyes, la ley de la Constitución del Tierra, sino también las leyes yo creo que él lo llama la ley común, para definir quién puede hacer qué en cuanto a aprehensión, en cuanto a arrestos. Y eso es el espíritu de la propuesta. El espíritu de la propuesta es eso. The spirit of the general gist of the legislative proposal is that defining the different kinds of powers that different officials or the general public or military have regarding enforcement power.
Basis of the summary, can we have a motion to pass this bill? Motion and a
I
second.
have motioned. I motion this bill.
Okay, is there a second?
A reason why.
Okay, so the
Si hay algunos segundos a la moción de que deliberamos esta propuesta. ¿Alguien promueve una moción? Y tenemos una segunda. We have a second, Professor Martin, so we can talk about the bill, and Victor Vincent has asked a question. Victor Vincent tiene una pregunta.
It's been moved and seconded that this bill be approved. Therefore, we now have discussion, and there's a question from Mr. Vincent. Looks like what is proposed to be set up, jails or reformation centers? It's like
No, esta propuesta no tiene nada que ver con el juzgado, no tiene que ver con la carcelación. Ya lo hicimos eso en el 54 y en la Constitución del Tierra. We're not proposing creating jails or reformation centers. That was already dealt with in earlier world legislation. That was dealt with in World Legislative Act number 54 in the 13th session of Parliament in 2013. So it's not addressing reformation centers. This bill is addressing what people can do. You know, can we all just start arresting anybody can anybody start arresting anybody that isn't following every world law? No. Okay. What we're talking about is a greater definition in the warrant process, so that as the work of Provisional Earth Federation moves forward, we don't have people going wildly around just arresting people right and left, but rather that it's done within legal forms. Y déjame por favor decirlo en español. Victor Vincent había preguntado si esa es una propuesta para crear prisons, para hacer centros de reformación, y no, ya el Parlamento Mundial Provisional enfrentó eso en su legislación 54. Esta propuesta número 69 para los poderes de arresto da límites a todos los oficiales de la Federación del Tierra y a todas las policías en el mundo, incluso pone reglas en cuanto a las corporaciones de seguridad privada, y pone regulaciones y también sugerencias, hace límites al pueblo, a los civiles, a nosotros, los civiles del mundo. Los residentes de los distritos mundiales no pueden simplemente arrestar a nadie. Siempre explica exactamente cuándo es apropiado aplicar para un orden. Orden de arresto.
So I have an overarching concern that we're not doing what we're supposed to do under Article 19, and we're doing things that are premature under Article 17. Can you translate that, Jenny?
Yeah, could you say that again, please?
I have a serious concern that we are not doing things we're supposed to be doing under Article 19 as the provisional role parliament, and we're doing things under Article 17 that we shouldn't be doing because those are phase 1 government functions.
Bueno, I have a concern, Laura George. I have a concern. Me preocupa un punto que es fuera del orden de la Constitución del Tierra y que estamos omitiendo ciertas provisiones del artículo 19 de la Constitución del Tierra y estamos tomando pasos dentro de la... Estamos tomando pasos que no son maduros, que son funciones de la primera fase operativa de la Federación del Tierra.
I use the word elegant. Wait, I want to continue, Glenn. I use the word elegant to describe the Earth Constitution because it is, and I feel like we're not following it.
Okay, here's, I have,
and let me just say one more thing. In the instance of enforcement, the drafters clearly intended that enforcement would be dealt with under Article 17. Once we were in the first phase, the operative phase of government. We're not there yet. So I have great concerns about dealing with enforcement prematurely and creating legislation that as a body, we're just not there yet. We shouldn't be, there's certain topics we shouldn't be dealing with, and we should be following 19 and getting this Earth Constitution ratified.
Could you refer to the if I may ask.
Let me interrupt here. This is a big issue and a serious issue that involves the examination of Article 19 and Article 17. It involves a long discussion, and we don't have the space for that here, but I also have some concerns about it. And just let me mention my concerns, and then I will make a proposal. My first concern is under section 2.5. It talks about requiring warrants for sub-jurisdictional levels. And I think there are serious Article 14 questions there, whether Article 14 says the Earth Constitution will affirm with full faith and security the laws and the procedures of the states, of the nations. I think there are serious issues there. Secondly, I think when this bill talks about officers, a corporate officer or some such person, that needs to be clarified. What is an officer? Thirdly, in section 5, 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3, I think that it includes illegitimately the idea that there will be a power of military arrest in the second operative stage. I think the second operative stage is not appropriate here. For these reasons, the reasons that Laura suggested, and for the reasons that I think there's unclarity here, I propose that we take this bill to committee, like we did with the earlier bill, and we constitute a committee to examine it, maybe even to abandon it if Laura's concerns are legitimate, but at least to discuss the constitutional question and to clarify this. And if it is legitimate, we'll bring it up in a reformed way at the next session of the Parliament.
Second, I take that as I will accept that, and this go to the enforcement subcommission of the World Disarmament Commission. So so this will be deliberated in committee, and those people that are interested would. But let me interpret what has just been said. Ambos el presidente y Laura George han decidido aproximadamente tienen objeciones a la propuesta para el momento. Hay cuestiones constitucionales, puede haber problemas del orden de aplicación de la Constitución del tierra, y el presidente dice: propongo que enviamos eso a la comisión permanente para discutirlo, para deliberarlo. Pues yo dije, sí, acepto eso, que ya que hay varias objeciones y no tenemos tiempo, tenemos muchas más propuestas todavía, ya que hay muchas cuestiones. Estoy de acuerdo de enviarlo a la comisión permanente, la comisión parlamentaria permanente, la subcomisión para la aplicación, subcomisión de la comisión para el desarme mundial.
Okay.
So, yes.
Bringing this bill to tabling the bill and bringing it to a committee to study it. Okay. So that is done. Let's move on to the next bill, which is World Legislative Act number 70, Civil Asset Forfeiture. The primary author of this bill was Justice Crispy, and I wonder, Justice Crispy, if you could summarize it very briefly for us, or would you rather?
Por favor,
I tried to do that.
Entonces vamos adelante, ya que este de 69, la propuesta 69, se fue a la comisión. La próxima propuesta es para un momento, por favor.
Justice Crispy, are you with us?
La próxima es para, la cosa es que un momento, porque tenía eso aquí. Un momento. Vamos a estar mirando este de, disculpe.
Okay, well, if he's not,
Estoy
available-
buscando, hay un proyecto, hay una propuesta de David Quispe en cuanto a los en cuanto a las propiedades y la unos momentos. Excuse me, I need just a few moments because there's a word that is missing me and I'm not able to do this unless I have the word. Is it just gonna? I want us to deliberate this. Let's start in English and I'll try to catch up in Spanish.
Okay, let's see, this is supposed to be to everyone. Let's see where it is. But, I don't see it. So this bill, this is supposed to be, are you going to speak to this?
Please unmute yourself.
There is hay unas diapositivas, there is slides that Eugenia has, and I understand that they
Sí, por favor, ¿cómo se llama en español propuesta? Ustedes ya saben, ya.
Sí, es la ley de extinción de dominio de los bienes vinculados a las actividades ilícitas.
Sí, pues habla un poco acerca de lo que es la propuesta, por favor.
No sé si esperamos o
Sí, para que
o ya voy
sepan en español.
Voy hablando en español.
Sí, habla en español, por favor, y entonces voy a interpretar.
Ya. Esta es la propuesta número, voy a presentar la propuesta número 70, que es la ley que define los activos civiles que van a ser decomisados o serían decomisados por estar vinculados a actividades ilícitas. Esto pertenece a un paquete de medidas que hemos formulado, que se llama Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu son las siglas de medidas asertivas del control ciudadano humano contra el poder ilegítimo y promotor de la conciencia cívica humana universal. Para entender los alcances de esta propuesta, hay que tener más o menos esta visión de que nos encontramos en una situación crítica en la humanidad, ¿no? Se ha llamado...
Un momento para que interpreto. Yeah, this civil forfeiture bill is based upon principles of the philosophy of law that and regarding that people lose their rights to certain property when they violate the law, and they forfeit their rights to some or all of their properties.
hay un componente objetivo de esta circunstancia apocalíptica, que es la proliferación de armas nucleares, además del riesgo ecológico, y también de armas biológicas. De acuerdo a la Universidad de Chicago, estamos a 100 segundos de la medianoche del apocalipsis.
There are a number of very serious world problems that we are facing today. For instance, weapons of mass destruction, both nuclear weapons, as well as a wide array, as well as biological weapons. And when people violate these laws, it's necessary for there to be a civil forfeiture process against property in order to enforce the law.
La idea, el objetivo de esta propuesta es atacar este componente objetivo, y para eso necesitamos crear una institucionalidad contra este peligro de las amenazas de armas nucleares o armas de destrucción masiva. Y por otro lado, desempoderar toda organización que se enriquece con estas actividades.
Disculpe, no soy intérprete profesional, estoy haciendo eso porque no tenemos.
Sí. Okay.
He leído la propuesta y yo creo que es bueno esta propuesta. Yo estoy hablando personalmente, que he leído esta propuesta de David Percy Salsavilca, y yo estoy de acuerdo con esa propuesta, siempre que comprendamos que ya tenemos disposiciones en varias leyes mundiales para este principal de perder, si viola la ley, entonces vas a perder propiedad. Ya está en la ley número 13, ya está en la ley número 14, y no 14, 40, 13, 19 y 40. Estas leyes mundiales enfrentan el poder de civil forfeiture. Y esa es la palabra que me faltaba. Just one moment, please. Pero la filosofía y la base filosófica y de ley para tales leyes, así se describe muy bien esta ley, esta propuesta de civil forfeiture. Okay, so
on the basis
yeah.
of this summary, can we have a motion that this bill be brought to the floor? President Crispy, you can make that motion.
¿Continúo?
Sí,
Okay.
sí. Segundo.
There's a vote, it's been moved and seconded that the bill be brought to the floor. Is there further discussion of the bill?
La idea es el cómo, ¿no? Eso está, pero la idea es el cómo. ¿Cómo ya hacerlo ahora, hoy? No esperar que lo ratifiquen la Constitución Mundial los estados, que hasta ahora ningún estado lo ratifica.
Hay detalles en esa propuesta, hay detalles de cómo podamos cumplir las leyes del número 13,
Please,
40.
translate to English to the auditorio, please.
It's just not as
Translate to English, not to Spanish, because
I need to say it to English. Yes, to English. Let me put it in English. Oh my gosh. Okay. What he was just now saying is that there are in the current proposal that we're looking at for civil forfeiture, there are details that fill in the process for how we can carry out World Legislative Act number 13, number 40, and number 19. There are details in the civil forfeiture law proposal that enable 13, 19, and 40.
La idea es que no necesitamos ni ninguna ley de un Estado, ni siquiera que el Estado haya ratificado la Constitución Mundial para que los funcionarios apliquen estas medidas.
Disculpe. Por favor, otra vez.
O yo lo digo.
Sí, otra vez a decir.
No es necesario.
Habla despacio.
No es necesario que ningún Estado lo ratifique no solamente la Constitución Mundial para que esta medida ya se aplique, ¿ya? Sino que esta medida ya lo pueden aplicar los funcionarios de los estados, o sea, el fiscal, los abogados, los jueces, de cualquier estado. Esa es la idea.
It's not necessary under the principles of civil forfeiture for a nation to approve of what we're doing, or before this fundamental principle of world law, is even before the Earth Constitution. There's a legal principle of civil forfeiture, and since that is I think it's called jugens in Latin. I think the term is jugens. Universally, in all governments, there's the principle of civil forfeiture. Therefore, it makes good principle sense that civil forfeiture applies whether a national government approves of the world legislation or not.
Okay, I have one small question, and that is in the last line of the bill, it calls for the reactivation of the World College of Judges. Is that to be interpreted as in English as the Collegium of World Judges? Is that what we're talking about here?
Please translate.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Are you looking at the last line of the bill?
I'm going to look at the last line of the bill and try to understand your question.
Okay. The last
Reactivation.
line
Yes.
Of the World College of Judges. I'm asking if that is referring to the Collegium of World Judges that we activated in World Legislative Act number 42.
32. Es la última provisión de esa propuesta, la última provisión de la reactivación del Colegio de Jueces. ¿Está usted refiriendo a la Ley Mundial número 32 para el Colegio de Jueces Mundiales?
la idea es que esto no solamente involucra a los jueces, esto involucra también abogados, fiscales, procuradores, y no solamente jueces. Entonces, incluso esto debería, los destinatarios de la norma, los que van a ser afectados, son todo el mundo, o sea, físicos nucleares, microbiólogos. Por eso hablo de un colegio de seres humanos conscientes por la justicia.
Yes or no?
In order to animate, to make more lively the Collegium of World Judges, the invitation to the Collegium of World Judges should also, it needs to be open to all jurists, not just to judges who have received national recognition.
Okay.
In other words, jurists, lawyers, people that are understanding of the law, and people that are understanding of the world law, and of the principles of law.
Okay, so I think on the basis of this discussion, unless there's objection, we're ready for the vote. Okay, any objection to vote?
Yeah, yes, I've had my hand up, Glenn.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that, Laura. Go ahead.
Okay. Quick question, and then I want to make a point. Have we established the World Disarmament Commission, which is something we're supposed to do in Article 19?
They did establish
yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's quite established.
Okay, I thought so. All right, so this piece of legislation ties in with one of the commissions we're supposed to establish that's been established. That's wonderful. However, I have concerns about how it may or may not conflict with Article 17, which states that it's during the second operative stage of government when nations join that they voluntarily disarm. And so my question is, why are we passing legislation about asset forfeiture applying to nations that are already agreeing to disarm? And if it goes beyond that, are we talking about disarm nations that have not ratified the Constitution?
That's a lot there. May I speak to this?
Yeah. Virginia, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I'd like to speak to that. There's a principle, there is a provision in the Earth Constitution for which an objection was made during the 9th session of the Provisional World Parliament in Libya, when we met in Tripoli. And the objection was, it wasn't an objection. It was a question. There was a question regarding Article 19.5.3. If you were referring to that article, in which it says, un momento voy a interpretarme en español. Había una objeción o una cuestión de que estamos fuera del orden, que es una función del artículo 17. La aplicación de la ley es una función del artículo 17 y eso puede estar fuera del orden. Y de tener de adoptar leyes en cuanto a aplicación de la ley. Y entonces, refiero al artículo número 19.5.3, en que hablamos de ese asunto en la 9ª sesión del Parlamento Mundial Provisional en el año 2006. en Trípoli, Libia. Si algunos de ustedes tienen la Constitución del Tierra enfrente, entonces puede referir al artículo 19.5.3. Okay. So in this provision, in 19.5.3, it says implementation of and compliance with the legislation enacted by the Provisional World Parliament shall be sought on a voluntary basis in return for the benefits to be realized, while strength of the Provisional World Government is being increased by the progressive ratification of the World Constitution. And at that session of Parliament, the question came up that this is twice double-barreled. And so since it is twice double-barreled provision, double-barreled, there's conjunction within the provision that creates an ambiguity regarding when and how. And the Parliament deliberated on this fact. This voluntary basis refer to the voluntarism of those who are upholding the Earth Constitution and are therefore able and willing to begin a requirement of compliance? Or does this refer to the criminals and to giving an option for the criminals to wait until later, until we have a lot more people before the criminals need to comply with the law? And this was discussed, and the Parliament decided that the voluntary basis must necessarily mean that that people that are willing to step forward can seek the enforcement, rather than criminals can continue breaking the law until they can be stopped. And the Parliament decided that, and that aspect of it being double-barreled was decided. So that was an interpretation of the Earth Constitution that was performed by the Provisional World Parliament. And we decided that yes, the laws we're pretending law, we're actually intending law. This is not merely a model. And we may not have the power of enforcement. And we need to be clear about that and pick our battles, not just willy-nilly. How I think I'll say it in Spanish, and then I would like to be quiet. Voy a explicar eso del el artículo 19 a 5.3, 19.5.3, tiene unas dos provisiones que no son claras. Y por eso en 2006 el Parlamento tenía que deliberarlo y decidió que sí, los que quieran apoyar el Parlamento pueden seguir con aplicación de las leyes del Parlamento Mundial Profesional. Eso es lo que fue la interpretación del Parlamento Mundial Profesional, porque la provisión en sí no fue bien clara y los miembros de la Asamblea Constituyente Mundial no podía haber querer entendido que los criminales pueden seguir.
Okay, so
Hace que quieren dejar de violar la ley.
okay, so the issues have been raised. I think the discussion has been well done. And unless there's objection, I think it's time to call for a vote on this. All in favor of passing the Civil Forfeiture Act? Indicate on your screen or write a yes in the chat box.
I would just like to add as a secondary motion that we do consider this in the disarmament commission, that we consider and follow up Laura's concern in the commission.
Absolutely. Okay, all in favor? Do I see yeses? Do I see emojis, thumbs up? Okay, yeah, okay, we're starting to see them now. Okay, we have a number of yeses being reported by Neela. Objections to the bill, please put your no in the chat box if you have an objection. Okay, I see one objection. Okay.
I have a question regarding, okay, I was, when Laura was saying she wanted to follow this up, that was my understanding that she agreed with this point going to commission. And I may be mistaken myself. I don't see how it runs counter to the Constitution. It seems to me that it's it's quite in conformance with the Constitution. But
when we've had this discussion, we're in the middle of a vote now. We're following procedure. Okay, and it looks like the ayes have it by a significant majority. So the bill passes. We have two more bills, a short bill, and then the memorial to the Indian government, and then the New Delhi resolution. And I don't think we can do these in 10 minutes, but we can probably do them fairly rapidly if we're willing to stick with it. So let's look at the last one, the Bill for an Act, World Legislative Act number 71, for the creation of a Democratic Procedures Department. Now, this department has already been created as a part of Article 7.3. It's one of the departments listed there. And so what this does, I believe it comes from our friends in Brazil and Venezuela, is serve as enabling legislation. It's under this Democratic Procedures Department, there should be an effort to enable and study and promote direct democracy in all the ways that this could be done. It seems hardly very controversial. It wants this department to have a minister as soon as feasible. A senior administrator should be appointed, and we have under Article 19, we have the authority to do that, so that we can move forward with that if this bill passes.
Speaker, sir, Speaker, can we have someone from America Latina and Caribe? Can someone from there, one person to present the main portion of the bill, which is for the law of direct democracy, and for the administration of democratic procedures, and someone to present the part regarding consultations from the people.
The bill is simple and clear, and I would prefer not to do that because it's 10 to 8. And if we're going to have to ask people to endure after 8 o'clock, when the stated closing point was 8 o'clock, and we really don't have time to go into that. I think.
Okay, let me interpret what you're saying. Let me say, let me interpret what you're saying. Lo que el presidente dice que queremos limitar la deliberación en cuanto a la ley de democracia directa y en cuanto a las consultaciones con el pueblo, porque creemos que todos van a estar de acuerdo con eso. Es puramente conforme a la Constitución Mundial, puramente conforme al espíritu de lo que estamos haciendo. Queremos más democracia, tenemos consultaciones para el pueblo. Por favor, sin perder más tiempo, vamos a limitar la deliberación y votar, apoyando este propósito, esta propuesta para la ley de democracia directa y con departamento de procedimientos democráticos y con consultaciones, porque ambas propuestas están juntas aquí, las consultaciones con el pueblo. Por favor, vamos adelante aceptando este propuesta.
We bring this bill to a vote then. Any objections to bring it to a vote? Okay, all in favor, indicate your favor with an emoji or a hand or
Sí.
place in the chat box.
Is this a motion? Is it all in favor of the bill itself, right? Is what you're asking?
Passing this bill, yes.
Estoy de acuerdo. Que adoptemos la democracia directa con el Departamento de Procedimientos y con todas las consultaciones sugeridas en la propuesta de consultaciones. Estoy de acuerdo. Alguien dice, there are several people that are asking questions in the chat, that are speaking in the chat. And I don't know if they got the principle of limit of discussion.
We're in the middle of a vote right now. So,
yeah.
And it looks like some of these questions are questions about constitutional interpretation, and we're not doing a constitutional debate right now.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing a constitutional debate.
So do we have votes on this? I see yes.
I second that. I second the question. I say yes. Yeah, let's vote on this. Let's approve it. Please, everyone.
That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to vote on this.
Voy a decir en español. El presidente está diciendo, por favor, estamos de acuerdo con la democracia, estamos de acuerdo con que debe de haber esas consultaciones como promovió América Latina y Caribe y como promovió consultaciones con el pueblo. Estamos de acuerdo y no tenemos tiempo, estamos perdiendo, casi no hay tiempo. Por favor, vamos adelante. Vamos, todas estas, y eso voy a decir yo, como secretaria, toda la legislación que adoptamos aquí, vamos a deliberarlo más en las comisiones permanentes de la intercesión. Pues adoptándolo, todavía vamos a repasar, revisar, mejorar ahí en la comisión para en las próximas sesiones del Parlamento. Por favor. Sí, prohibición.
Okay, so we have the yes vote, the list of yes votes. Are there no votes? Please put your no vote in the chat if you have a no vote, so that we can see it clearly.
Okay. Leopoldo would like to say something. If Leopoldo could speak for a moment.
Let's finish the vote and then you can speak.
Yes.
Okay, we got.
No hay objeciones.
Okay, we don't see any no votes, so the aye vote has it. This bill passes. Leopoldo, did you have something to bring up? Leopoldo?
Leopoldo, abre su micrófono. Prende su micrófono, por favor. Está cerrado. Mudarse. Leopoldo, por favor, hable. Tech, could you send a message to tech team?
Please unmute yourself.
Ok, ya puedo hablar. Solo quería, bueno, José Elías Lara era quien tenía que presentar estas dos propuestas, ¿no? Yo sé que estamos apurados, pero quería decir que Venezuela tiene dos propuestas. La número 4, no solo que se consulte a la población, sino que se establezca un mecanismo que se dice en la ley cuál es ese mecanismo, ¿no? Y en la propuesta 12, que se incorporen mecanismos de democracia directa específicos también que se dicen en la propuesta de Venezuela, cuáles son. Entonces, mi propuesta era que se permita 3 minutos para que José Elías presente esa parte, solo 3 minutos.
Virginia, you going to interpret that?
That I would like to speak on one aspect of what we were proposing through our proposal on Venezuela 4. If I could speak on that for just a bit. It is something that is maybe not contained in the legislation. I'm understanding, I'm speaking myself. I'm understanding this is something that was not contained in the legislation that we were just covering now.
We're running out of time and we still have quite a bit of some work to do. We have the memorial to the Indian government and we have the New Delhi Declaration. Both are very important. I think it would be better to postpone such discussion until we finish our work.
Dr. Martin, Professor Martin, if we could, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we could bring this matter to committee so that we can move on. Voy a decirlo en español. Sending to committee. Leopoldo, por favor, participe en el comité de elecciones y en el comité de elecciones para que podamos hablar más de este asunto durante la intersesión, porque todavía estamos repasando. Después de la sesión del Parlamento vamos a seguir con el repaso, repasando y mirando la legislación y deliberando lo que vamos a hacer en la décima sexta sesión del Parlamento.
Okay, so we now have the memorial to the Indian government. Very important. And
Tenemos dos propuestas más en esa sesión del Parlamento. Solamente tenemos algunos minutos porque vamos a tener que cerrar la sesión y mover después a la intersesión y a las comisiones de continuación. Dos propuestas. La una siendo Speaker Martin. The first proposal is, are you muted? Is Speaker, sir, are you there? Dr. Martin, are you there? Glenn.
You hear me? Yeah,
I
I'm
can't
here.
hear. Oh, okay, speak
sorry.
up. Continue, please continue where you were.
Okay, we're at the bill for a memorial to the Indian government.
Ahora estamos pasando a la penúltima propuesta, que es una petición al gobierno de la India.
And
Pues vamos a hacer.
This bill recites many of the failures of the United Nations, and then it makes a specific proposal to the government of India. So I will read that.
Okay, el presidente va a leer el resumen de la petición al gobierno de la India. Okay.
We propose that the Republic of India, we request the government of India to move in both the UN General Assembly as well as the UN Security Council for the United Nations Charter Article 109 General Review Conference.
Estamos proponiendo que el gobierno de la India proponga una convención general, conferencia general de repaso, de revisión de la Carta de la ONU, por las reglas federales mundiales, por las reglas federales mundiales, la Constitución del Tierra.
Yes, and therefore this review conference should be conducted in conformance with the applicable rules of procedure for the World Constituent Assembly, Article 18.5 and 6 of your Constitution.
Entonces, esta convención de la ONU, del artículo 109 de la Carta de la ONU, está siguiendo la Constitución mundial.
We have a motion to approve this memorial.
Si tenemos una moción para aprobar esta petición al gobierno de la India.
Anybody, raise your hand on the screen or something in the chat box if you approve this memorial to the Indian government, this request that they hold the Article 109 review conference according to the rules of procedure in Article 18 of the Constitution.
Si hay alguien que está apoyando que adoptemos esta petición al gobierno de la India, es decir, conforme al artículo 19.5, 19.6 de la Constitución del Tierra, conforme a las reglas de un momento, conforme a las reglas particularmente de 18.5 de la Constitución del mundo. Así yo creo, Leopoldo Cucantorsi dijo que sí, levantó la mano. Okay, Dr. Martin, Sir Speaker, Leopoldo has seconded or motioned. And I think there were, I think this is.
Leopoldo, please unmute yourself.
No, Leopoldo had a question. But Manju in motion. So,
okay. Sí, es solamente una pregunta, ¿no? Claro.
I have a question, only a question I have.
Todos queremos sustituir la ONU, pero si le pedimos que la ONU, que debió haber hecho en 1955 esa conferencia, hace 60 años, y no lo hizo, no estaremos abriendo la caja de Pandora. Si le vamos a pedir que convoque para revisar la carta, tiene que ser bajo condiciones muy precisas. Para,
yes.
Para
See,
eliminar
if we're going to
seguridad, para eliminar el Consejo de Seguridad, eliminar el veto y darle poder a la Asamblea General y convertirla en un parlamento. Si no, estaríamos abriendo una caja de Pandora muy peligrosa.
Sí, voy a interpretar from Leopoldo translating. We have to understand that the United Nations has been functionally totally out of order since 1955. It had made an agreement to review its charter in 1955, and therefore any application, any petition, or any motion to hold a review conference has to be under very tight, stringent regulations, world federal regulations, or it is an extremely dangerous prospect to pass over our abdicate our powers or our authorities and hand them over to the UN through an indirect petition to the Indian government.
En particular, yo propongo dos condiciones. Una, eliminar el derecho de veto. Y segundo, convertir la Asamblea General en un parlamento que decida con voto.
Okay, and what I would propose, for Leopoldo, what I would propose is that we prohibit the veto and hand over a legislative power to the General Assembly. Now I'm speaking as Madam Secretary, and my point as Secretary, I will make this in two parts. I'm not opposing a deliberation under the rules of procedure, generally under the rules of procedure, World Federal rules of procedure, that the General Assembly follow that and study the Earth's Constitution and adopt the Earth Constitution. However, the matter of the veto was already addressed in World Legislative Act number 13, and there's nothing more for us to do regarding the veto other than attainders, which is not the purview of the Provisional World Parliament or of the World Parliament. That is a matter of the enforcement and judicial branches of government. So let me say that in Spanish.
Maybe
yes?
Maybe I couldn't explain myself precisely. Let me try in my Portuguese. But what I propose is, if India is going to ask revision of the charts, we have to put conditions. I propose to eliminate the veto and to transform the General Assembly in a parliament with votes. Each nation a vote to decide, not to recommend.
Yes, we're not recommending to anything to the United Nations. We're finished with that. What this is a recommendation for a petition to the Indian government. Is that we call it a memorial in world legislative parlance, and in many state parlance is called a memorial. And what we're doing is saying that that according to the rules that we have already decided upon, such as the UN, the Security Council veto is not legal. That's one rule. Another rule is the rules of procedure of Article 18.5, which were adopted by the Provisional World Parliament in 2003. Those rules generally, basically prohibit a committee of the whole and require that any World Constituent Assembly, which would include an Article 109 convention, follow basically the rules of the World Constituent Assembly that the Parliament has decided upon. And we cannot change those rules without a 3/4 absolute majority. These rules we're not talking about changing those rules, and we're not going to hand over the power to India or to the United Nations General Assembly or the Security Council. We're not empowering them in that way. They cannot hold a committee of the whole. They need to look at the Earth Constitution as it is, and basically can work from there.
That's exactly what the bill says. Right? The bill says we want the government of India to ask for an Article 109 review conference, and then that conference should operate in conformance with the applicable rules of procedure for the World Constituent Assembly under the Earth Constitution. So we are saying explicitly, we are asking India to ask for a review conference and then use the rules of the Earth Constitution to constitute a new world, which will be, in our view, which will be affirmation of the Earth Constitution. That's what we're voting on. We want India to do this, or do we not want India to do this?
Sí, pues la cuestión, lo que estamos diciendo en la propuesta es que sí, tenemos reglas de procedimiento muy claras y los que pertenecen a las reglas de procedimiento que pertenece a la ONU desde nosotros. Ellos tienen que seguir con la forma básica de la Constitución del tierra. Tienen que seguir básicamente decidir si van a adoptarlo o no. No comenzar de nuevo con otro plan de otra constitución, sino una asamblea, convención del artículo 109, simplemente para deliberar, vamos a adoptar la constitución del tierra, porque sí pueden hacer eso. La India, el gobierno de India puede mocionar a la ONU, a la Asamblea de la ONU, y también hasta el fin de ese mes pueden mocionar, pueden mover la propuesta para una convención del artículo 109, que siguiendo nuestras reglas, de no haber un comité del entero, sino según las reglas de la Constitución del Tierra, convocar la convención del artículo 109 de la Carta de la ONU.
We're in the middle of voting on this, and I asked for who has a yes vote to this, and we have 2 yes votes reported so far. Are there more yes votes?
Ya no estamos deliberando, ya estaba la cuestión, ya pusimos la cuestión si vamos a adoptar esto. Hay más que 2 votos de sí. Sí, hay más. En español hay varios que están diciendo que sí.
Dr. Padilla, how about you?
En el chat van votando, por favor, adelante, que vamos a votar de la cuestión. Si vamos a adoptar la petición al gobierno de la India.
Okay, is that all the yes votes? Are we done with the yes voting?
Sin número. No, it's a number. There's no number. No, this is a memorial. There's no number.
Yeah. Okay, now we've got a number of yes votes. Yes. So, are there no votes? Please put your no vote in the chat box if you have a no vote. Okay, we don't see any. We don't see any no votes. Okay, the memorial passes. And we have one more item, and that is the New Delhi Declaration, which is a declaration that comes from the whole parliament. How shall we proceed with looking at this New Delhi Declaration? It is on the website in both Spanish and English. The name of it is A Transformed Future Emerging from Planetary Disaster. And it describes the medical emergency created by the global pandemic. And then it says in the second paragraph, this medical emergency serves as a symbol and metaphor for the larger world disorder. And then it goes on to describe the disorder, the wars, the weapons sales, the clandestine operations of powerful nations, the climate disasters going on worldwide. And so the disaster of the pandemic is a symbol of a world that even before the pandemic or without the pandemic was itself a disaster. Corporations, banking cartels, all doing their own thing, exploiting the people of Earth and not creating for us healthcare, not creating for us peace, not creating for us sustainability. So that's the substance of the first part of this declaration. And then it goes on to describe the failures of the UN Charter. Under the UN Charter, the UN has not created peace. It has not protected the environment. It has not kept weapons sales and war sales or weapons of mass destruction from proliferating. So where are we? We've got this world disaster, we've got the failure of the UN Charter, and then the declaration concludes with these paragraphs, beginning the one in boldface, the third paragraph from the end. It says, we delegates of this 15th session of the word provisional should be there, of the Provisional World Parliament, meeting in New Delhi, December 21, hereby declare our position under the heading of our world legal, social, economic, military, and medical emergency. This world fragmentation, this world chaos, we declare that the people of Earth shall unite under the principle of true unity and diversity embodied within the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. That's our main message here. And then it goes on to talk about declared and undeclared wars.
Disculpen, yo no he interpretado dentro de unos minutos porque estaba contestando una cuestión de Leopoldo por el chat, lo siento mucho. Pero lo que estamos, esta es la última propuesta para la sesión, es para una declaración del Parlamento, una resolución para explicar y declarar nuestra póliza y nuestros sentimientos que tienen a ver con asuntos corrientes. Y estamos diciendo que hay muchos problemas por todo el mundo. Hay como en los mares, hay naciones que están violando a otras naciones, violando la integridad de naciones, violando y creando guerras. Y también hay problemas de esa cosa de las vacunas. Aparentemente hay muchas corrupciones en cuanto a eso, y también hay el problema de que hay como violaciones de las leyes contra las armas biológicas, que hay muchos problemas en el mundo. y muchas violaciones de nuestras leyes, es decir, que nuestras leyes mundiales que tenemos que enfrentar esos problemas también a los problemas del clima, problemas de la polución y el medio ambiente, y por eso desde el Parlamento Mundial, desde la sesión, decimoquinta sesión del Parlamento Mundial Provisional, que hemos estado pensando y deliberando a través de nuestras comisiones estos muchos problemas, y que solamente con el apoyo de la Constitución del Tierra y con el trabajo con una autonomía de la gente del mundo, una federación mundial, federación del Tierra, podamos ir adelante y dar fin a la guerra y a la pobreza y la destrucción del medio ambiente, para la libertad y la justicia en el mundo. Okay.
So Eugenia, there's a message here that our Venezuelan partners want to add a statement about the attacks on Venezuela.
I couldn't understand what the last thing you said.
Our Venezuelan partners want to add a statement to the declaration about the attacks on Venezuela.
Oh, yes. Regarding that, it is not appropriate for us to conduct bills of attainder, and we've tried that in the past. I think that this is an attainder. Laura, I don't know if you could speak to this, if you're still here, Laura. If we mention specific countries, then we're going to have to mention all of the countries that are doing it.
Oh, I don't think so. I would like to make a proposal that in the fourth, just after the fourth paragraph, we've got the final in boldface. It says concern regarding undeclared or declared wars in operation. And then we got a paragraph there at the end of that first paragraph where it talks about high seas off every continent and coastal seas of countries, unceasing threats of escalation. I would like to add this statement: we abhor the brutal attacks on Venezuela by the imperialist powers and the complicity of the United Nations in that savagery. Leopoldo and Venezuela, how does that sound?
Well, I would like to ask Laura if this is not an issue of attainder. That I agree. I mean, personally, I feel I abhor this mischief of biolaboratories all over the world, of biowarfare laboratories, China and the United States collaborating, not China and the United States, but private companies in the two countries collaborating. And I'm wondering if it's not unproductive for us to specify particular national governments, because I believe that is a function of the Disarmament Commission. The Disarmament Commission should can name names, because they have the functions. They have the functions, the judicial function, and in the Judicial Subcommission, the enforcement function in the Enforcement Subcommission, in the Ombudsman, the Human Rights Advocacy in the Ombudsman Commission. This is appropriate work of a commission, but not of the Parliament.
This is the
Dr. Laura?
of the Parliament. And in
Yes,
the
blame the
past-
United Nations. Blame the
If it
United
wa-
Nations. I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that because the United Nations is allowing this. The United Nations,
that's
the
what it
United
says.
Nations allows the
Listen,
U.S. to do what it's doing.
Take it easy.
Allows
Eugenia.
Yeah.
Take it easy. This is what I read. This is what I'm suggesting we add. We abhor the brutal attacks on Venezuela by the imperialist powers and the complicity of the United Nations in this savage.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I thought you said United States. I'm not.
Okay. So
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Shall we, are we ready, everybody, to vote on this as amended, with a suggested amendment?
Yes, and Dr. Martin, if you would afterwards get to me with exact wording, because I'm not written it down.
Yeah, we wrote it
I've got
down,
the gist of it. You have it written, and I will add it in when you show me. Got the gist of it, and it's recorded.
Sure.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, we ready to vote? Okay, all in favor? of
Just before the vote, then I have to translate what you just said, and it will just take me a moment para interpretar lo que dijo el presidente del Parlamento. Sí, ya está hablando acerca de los poderes imperialistas, los poderes imperialistas y la ONU ha permitido estos ataques contra el pueblo del mundo. Y las palabras exactas no tengo, pero yo estoy de acuerdo de que podamos agregar esto que contiene el espíritu de la propuesta de nuestro colega Leopoldo Cook. Entonces, creo que sí. I think that we can go forward with it.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Everybody in favor, please put an emoji, a hand up. I see one hand up. Do we vote on the declaration as amended to include the tax on Venezuela? Okay, another hand.
Oh, no, I don't know.
So we got some in the chat box. Mr. Vincent agrees.
Speaker, we have Martin. This is the.
We're in the middle of the vote, Eugenia.
Oh, yeah.
And we have the guest votes where they're recorded. So now, if there are no votes, please put them in the chat box so we can clearly see.
Si alguien está en contra de la resolución del Parlamento, la resolución para la declaración de Nueva Delhi 2021, por favor anotar sus objeciones en el cajonito de chat.
Okay, I do not see any no votes, so the I votes have it. The declaration is amended, is passed. And on that note, I just want to say that whatever there were many things proposed that we weren't able to put into the session, today's legislative session, and they've all been put in the lineup for committees to work on for the next session of Parliament, which is likely to be in Pondicherry, India, 1 year from now. So nothing will be lost. None of your work and your wonderful suggestions will be lost. It will all go to committee, and I'll be there in the next year at the 16th session of Parliament.
Okay, I'll interpret. Ahora bien que ya adoptamos la declaración, de Nueva Delhi de 2021, y ya que había muchas propuestas que todavía no hemos hablado, no hemos deliberado, pero todas estas propuestas no se mueren, sino que van a las comisiones de continuación, a las comisiones permanentes del Parlamento para la continuación, es decir, las comisiones y subcomisiones del artículo 19 de la Constitución para la Federación de la Tierra, y vamos a estar deliberando y enfrentando, siguiendo con todas esas propuestas durante el año que entra. Vamos a estar formando las comisiones. Por favor, todos miren a las comisiones que se les interesa y pueden juntarse con más que una comisión si quieren trabajar en 2 o 3 o 4, el número de que se les interesa, que les gusta, que les gustan. Y yo creo que es todo el tiempo que tenemos para esta sesión del Parlamento Mundial Profesional. Para esta sesión, el tiempo se ha acabado.
Thank you all so much. I very much appreciated your endurance. We've made tremendous accomplishments during this parliamentary session, and you stayed with us this grueling process right to the end, even 40 minutes past. So thank you so much. And with that, I declare our parliament successfully closed.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Muchísimas gracias para su energía, su participación y su energía y capacidad de seguir, porque fue muy difícil, todo es difícil seguir los argumentos y las condiciones fueron difíciles para nosotros todos. Vamos a seguir con las propuestas dentro de las comisiones de continuación y por eso declaro que esa sesión del Parlamento Mundial Profesional en su 15ª sesión se ha acabado, se cierra sin die. Ya, gracias. Yo también estoy muy agradecido a todos y estoy esperando que nos vemos pronto. Muchas gracias a todos. Priti Swaraj, Priti Jagat Swaraj.